Dun, 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 dun. Is that Nickelodeon or Cartoon Network? I don't actually remember. It's Nickelodeon? Okay. Oh, Nickelodeon? Okay, yeah. What's up? You'll have to forgive me. I have a little bit of a headache. I ate so many chicken strips last night from DoorDash. Um, that I haven't eaten any solid food today. So we're just gonna quickly prep for our conversation. Mike from Pia called you out. Look. Okay, hold on. Okay. All right. What is it? Just a second. Okay. Oh god, I'm terrible at booking stuff when I don't have a headache. Okay. Hold on. Wait, the interview. The interviewer is the one who DM'd me. Wait, interviewer? You're not scheduled to come on for another 4 hours. You can't trick me. You can't fool me. They said, oh my god, I'm so bad at math. I'll DM you after the first convo, okay? Okay, hold on. Let's watch the Mike from PA thing. We just got a DM from the first person. Hello, first person. Just a second. Okay, give me the link from the Mike from PA thing. You just gave me the VOD, not the timestamp. What's the timestamp? 2:35? Okay.
Why? Like, who's doing it? Who's behind it? I've seen it happening more and more. I need to know what's going on. I wasn't around much this weekend, so what the fuck's going on? Did you see Saturday's VOD? It's insane. No, I missed it. I've been busy.
This doesn't seem related.
Are we being punished for some reason? Oh.
Why does he look like that? Yeah, he looks like a he really does look like he's copying Hasan. I don't know. I don't get it, man.
I've assumed this for a while, but there was literally a moment in the stream where Hasan went, oh, maybe this isn't a leftist community. Unironically, they thought these were leftist spaces. Yeah, I mean, Vouch is not a leftist, and neither is, like, do you think Sock done left and all these people are leftists? They're not. They're not even close. You can't be, I mean, I in a debate, Sock done left brought to me That's Manhattan true. Institute shit and Heritage Foundation
thank you
stuff.
So much.
Wants to argue against.
Oh. You want a bagel as well? No, just coffee. I'll have a protein bar. Yeah. I've noticed that it's generally a sign of very intellectually weak people, or usually conspiracy theorists, that they'll reject what people have to say just based on the locations of the sources that they have, you know? That they don't like they don't actually engage with what's being said. Yeah. It's weird.
Against the idea that wages have been remained flat while productivity grows. He argued against that. And the other thing he argued against was that we were in an oligarchy. There's a very famous study that shows that America is an oligarchy from Yale. Like what people want democratically doesn't happen, and what the interests of the rich want does happen at a much higher rate. And so he was using right-wing and libertarian think tank hack reports to try to argue against the scholarly consensus.
Didn't I saw a really, really big YouTube video recently that showed that productivity wage graph is actually pretty accurate. What was that video? Echo Gecko! It was an Echo Gecko video. We gotta watch that. That graph is actually accurate. It's just very, very complicated. The oligarchy study I do think is flawed.
And claiming that we're idiots for believing the scholarly consensus. And I was like, what the fuck is this shit? Are you kidding me? Then I famously had a argument with Vouch, not a debate, because he doesn't know how to debate. Where he was like, you should vote for this neoliberal. Mike from PA I spit in Mike from PA's face because he doesn't think that you should vote for neoliberals. And then I was like, why are you saying that? Like, dude, I've been totally chill with you. Why are you like attacking me? Because of a Destiny shit. Because Destiny was supporting this candidate called Mark Goodgell, who was a neoliberal loser who ended up finishing 5th place in the race for mayor. Out of 5 candidates, he finished 5th. And I was like, this candidate sucks. And you shouldn't support neoliberals at your local level. And Vouch said he spits in the face of leftists like me. And I was like, what the fuck? So I went and talked to him. And he was like, neoliberals at least have ideas about municipal policy and socialists don't. And I was like, what?
Wait, didn't I just say he didn't? I don't think I said socialists don't.
Fuck are you talking about, man? He literally said that. And I was like, what? You're not even a leftist. You know nothing about politics. And I got heated because I thought this dipshit was a leftist.
You didn't say what he claimed, Vosh? No. Yeah, okay. Gaslight from PA. Gotcha. Yes, all socialists don't know anything. Considering that I am actually the only socialist, wouldn't that be kind of a self-defeating prospect? Ridiculous. Here, let's have ourselves a proper conversation, huh? Oh wait, they said I'll be back in a minute. Never mind, let's continue watching this dumb fuck for a minute, huh?
I got heated and I yelled like an idiot into my mic, and I was embarrassed for him. But his community is so dumb, they didn't understand what he was saying was literally neoliberalism. And I was shocked. I was shocked that he had those takes. And from that point on, I was like, oh yeah, Vouch is a total fucking worthless and knows nothing and is a neoliberal dipshit. And I just kind of ignored him from that point.
He wants to be Hasan so bad he's copying the hair and everything. Yeah, it's genuinely pretty pathetic. It doesn't work on him though. Legit, like not trying to, I don't know, appearance shame or whatever, but it's yeah.
And like literally one of the dumbest conversations I've ever had in my life.
Are you actually cool with neolibs? Nah, dude. Neolibs are dog shit. The issue is that, like, at least neolibs sometimes have, like, a somewhat practical understanding of the systems that they want to change or keep the same most often. And a lot of online lefties don't at all. So, like, you can talk with a neolib about, like, how to fix a problem, and they'll give you bad ideas, but at least they'll be bad ideas that you can, like, disagree with and engage with. And then you talk to someone like Mike from PA, and his solution to the municipal problems in Omaha, Nebraska is to annex neighboring suburbs. And it's like, where do we even go with this? What, he's like, okay, so how would you fix this? And his solution is sewer socialism. Like, what the fuck what the fuck are you talking about? Isn't annexing suburbs like eating cyanide? Yeah, annexing suburbs to improve your city budget is like trying to make a quick buck by opening a bunch of like French restaurants in like the middle of like a highway overpass town, you know? Like it's in terms of like making money, it's about as reliable a venture. Yeah, he made the just move argument. Okay, let's not keep our guest waiting, who it seems has returned. I just need my coffee.
Wait, I can't hear you. I don't know if I should be hearing you right now.
No, you shouldn't be. Well, now you should be. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm kind of reassured that you didn't preface this as a debate, because that's not what I came on for at all.
No, I did not think that was the direction this was going.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I didn't know we had anything to disagree on, actually. I was interested in some of your experiences.
Yeah, I kind of do expect I'll get some shit either from you or from chat for having worked for Russian media, but yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes, I guess.
Given the circumstances, I think it's far more important we recognize, how all of that ended. Could you tell us, to the extent you're comfortable, who you are and why you're here?
Yeah, so I'm just gonna leave my name out of it just for deniability purposes. It's probably just I don't want to like be calculating every single one of my words during the conversation, so it probably wouldn't be rocket science for anyone who interacted with me at the company to figure out who I was. But yeah, let's keep it plausible deniability and just say hi, anonymous here, and I go by he him.
Gotcha, that works for us. So why are you here?
Yeah, so I'm now thankfully a former employee at a news agency called Ruppli, based in Berlin, which belongs to RT. And yeah, I was kind of hoping to like share my perspective on yeah, just generally why people like how and why people end up working for Russian media, and why this was kind of like why I didn't leave earlier, why I left with what happened in the last month. And yeah, no, I've been seeing a lot of tweets of people kind of saying, "Oh, these people like sold their soul for money," or a bunch of other like more dumber shit than that. And I kind of wanted to discuss it. You know, like I think you at some point said something like, "Oh yeah, people who work for Russian media should be." I think it was specifically that RT employees should be executed or something. And I was like, "Yeah, okay." I mean,
Okay,
it's you. I kind of expect you to be bombastic, so I didn't take that personally. But I was like, okay, maybe it would be a good idea to like add some nuance to that.
well, you're not an RT employee. You're an RT subsidiary employee.
Yeah.
So, and with that technicality aside, my actual impression, in all seriousness, is that for these media organizations, people at the top, and probably some of the more powerful pundits, are like full-on true believers who are just unashamed ideological mouthpieces for Kremlin. Just anything that Putin once put out, they are there for it, and they'll do anything to meet those goals. But I'd be willing to bet that a lot of people who work for RT and their subsidiary networks are probably people who want an alternative narrative presented. They probably are bothered by Western-centric media presentations in the countries that they work in. They probably feel as though there's not enough pushback or enough of an internationalist perspective, and they get sort of roped in sometimes into positions they don't necessarily fully agree with, but because they're adjacent to what feels like a broader counter narrative. And through that, then they become that's kind of like the plausible deniability element. And then from there, they're able to be a mouthpiece, I guess, very selectively.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty consistent with my experience of it. Not necessarily my case exactly, but consistent with many of the people that I worked with. But we weren't, again, we were a subsidiary of RT, so not exactly like our the type of content that we published was not at all as narrativized as RT, and it was way more neutral. So I think it attracted people who weren't necessarily as disgruntled against Russian media. It was pretty fairly like liberal-minded journalists who just needed a job, and this is the offer that they got.
Mhm. Yeah, and
But
I
when it
know
comes to the people at the top, yeah, definitely, I'll have some stories about that. But
I
yeah,
know it's a very competitive field as well. Getting
yeah,
if you
yeah.
get a
I mean,
degree in
it's
journalism, I know it can be rough. So probably there
and
is
if
some
you
degree
don't
of
have a degree in journalism, it's even worse, man.
that's true.
um, and yeah, no, it's basically a coconut island situation, just to make the analogy work.
Is it not always? Um, yeah, I would like to hear, how did you get into well, not your field, but like specifically, what got you into working with them?
Yeah, so basically in my case, yeah, it was as close to Coconut Island as you can get within the without going to a deserted island, I guess.
Mhm.
Like I was working for another company, completely unrelated, that was like a horrible company and that was also going bankrupt. So I hadn't been paid in like 3 months. So my savings had completely evaporated, what little savings I had, and yeah, I was just like, I need a job now. Like I need something that something to come into my bank account by the end of the month if I want to be able to pay rent, you know. So I just applied literally everywhere for 3 months, and that was the only offer I got. And I was like, okay, well, I'm not comfortable with it being not an RT subsidiary, but I guess I'll go and stay there for 6 months. And if it's as bad as I'm afraid of, I'll just resign as soon as possible. And that was 4 years ago, because it wasn't as bad as I feared. But yeah, I'll get into that. But it was basically like I literally can't say no to anything at this point.
Well, there is that naturally exploitative element to a lot of bad work out there, right? I mean, whether you're looking at, I mean, you even see this stuff in like the really, really, really bad fields, like U.S. intelligence work, for example, where
You'd
like,
know something about that, wouldn't you?
oh yeah, absolutely. But I've gotten emails from people, legitimately, I've gotten emails from people who have gotten invites to work for the FBI. Not a joke. And usually when people email me about stuff like that, they're very apologetic from the front of it, because I mean, for fairly obvious reasons. But there's always this underlying element of desperation. Now, I personally don't care at all. I think the idea of a leftist who watches me working for the feds is hilarious. So I'm all on board. More colleagues for me, right? But from their perspective, like there's this level of desperation, and I can tell, like, in their mind, like, if they had other choices, they would probably turn these down. But I mean, a lot of these people have student debt to pay off, and I imagine the feds are going to pay a lot better than, like, working a line cook job.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of surprised that. I would have assumed that the feds or like the CIA or whatever uh get a bunch of applications of the type of profiles that they would want. I'm kind of surprised that they would, like, that someone who's desperate for a job would actually be considered for them. But yeah, okay.
It's different levels of clearance. I think a lot of it is also who you know, or if you had like connections in uni that might have got you like an intel work, like they approach you, or there are like job fairs where they clear you for another job fair, and then you learn more, and stuff like that. It's all rabbit hole stuff. The only point I'm making is that I feel like, as a product of the way our society is built, there is like a lot of implicit coercion at basically every level, everywhere. And I think it's something people should take into account.
Yeah, fair enough. I was so you mentioned earlier before I came on that you had another guest in like 4 hours. Do you have someone sooner than that? Like, should I be worried about going on tangents, or
No,
can I
you
just
shouldn't
like
be.
comfortably?
Though
Okay, cool.
historically, if videos go past like 90 minutes, people tend not to watch to the end, but that's more of a logistical concern for the channel. You don't need
Yeah,
to worry.
okay. No worries then. Yeah, so no, it was actually funny. My recruitment process was kind of funny because during my interview, they asked me, which I think they do for every applicant, do you know who we are? Like, do you know who we're affiliated with? And so this was 2018. So after the Crimea thing, but like at that point, things were pretty quiet on the Russia front. But yeah, I was like, yeah, I used to watch RT before the Crimea thing. And at the time, it was pretty much what you described earlier. It was like I liked, like I was getting into journalism, and I just wanted a diversity of views. So I would watch like Western media, like New York Times, BBC, whatever. And then I would watch RT, and I would think, okay, this is actually pretty good. This is uh, definitely a different perspective. But at the time, until the Ukraine stuff, I thought it was respectable. Just like Al Jazeera, I think does a lot of really really good work. They have some blind spots, and I thought the same thing of RT. And for whatever reason, I kind of stopped watching for a bit, and then I heard, oh, there's like this war happening in this revolution in Ukraine, and they're annexing a part of the country and whatever. And I was like, oh, I wonder, like, that's the Western narrative. I wonder what RT is saying about this. And I turned RT on. It was like parallel universe, man. I was like, what the hell are they talking about? Like CIA-backed neo-Nazis organizing a coup? Like, what is this thing? And at the time there were a bunch of resignations, like famously like Abby Martin and I don't remember that Liz Wall, was it, who ended up working at Fox News after that?
Mhm.
But yeah, I was like I don't think RT ever got its a reputation back after that, because they just went through the looking glass and went into like crazy territory.
I wasn't very politically active back then. But from what I've heard, back before the annexation of Crimea, RT and a lot of that aligned media was a lot more palatable because there wasn't a very hard like break from reality they had to reinforce through propaganda. It was just more of a passive defense of anti-American perspectives. I mean, obviously with the Georgia thing, of course, but I don't think that resonated as much with the West as the annexation of Crimea.
Yeah, I don't think I was politically involved enough. I don't remember exactly when Georgia was. I know it was a few years before Crimea. I think I started watching in between the two. But yeah, no, it's funny because it kind of echoes also what happened at Ruppli. Like, there wasn't that much of a pushback against Western or U.S. narratives while I worked there until there was actually something to push back on, which was the Ukraine invasion, which is, you know, when it ended up being a breaking point for pretty much every one of my colleagues and myself. So yeah, anyway, they asked me about that, and I say, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of RT, but you know, I'm curious what it's like from the inside. And they say, no, don't worry. Uh, we're not RT. Like we don't push the same narrative as them. We just want you to know that we have some affiliation there, but like you don't need to worry about the about like a pro-Russian agenda. We're much more objective than they are. And so I was like, don't know how much I believe that, but I'll give it a try. And if I need to leave, you know, in a few months, then I'll do that. At least I have enough to buy food for the next few months, was the logic there. So yeah, that's how I ended up working there. And once I got there, it was like, okay, this feels like a normal newsroom. You know, these are normal people. It's like there was some things here and there that I'll get into about, you know, the in the day-to-day work of like weird rules that we had to follow in terms of words that we could and couldn't use. But I think that's fairly standard.
That's
You know,
probably standard policy. Yeah.
yeah, every news agency, every publication has a style guide that says, oh, like, I don't know, we use British English, we use the Oxford comma, we use I think the AP style guide a few years ago, I looked at it and said, oh, we use American Indian instead of Native American or whatever. And I was like, oh, that's surprising, you know. And some of the restrictions at Ruppli were like, oh, we do not use the word terrorism ever, even referring to ISIS or anything like that. I'm just like, okay. I remember a conversation with an editor of mine there, and he says that, and I'm like, I mean, even in super extreme cases where they're like attacking civilians, and they were like, well, the U.S. attacks civilians. Do you want to call them terrorists? I was like, well, actually, you may have a point there. Okay, let's not use terrorism.
Right. So
And
that
yeah,
is a consistent strategy, isn't it? Right, where
yeah, yeah,
the framing, it's like a kind of implied whataboutism where they'll go easier on political elements they agree with by vaguely invoking, you know, a perceived double standard that they would then be engaging in with regards to other groups they don't like as much. But then if you look at it a little closer, it seems more like they're obfuscating, or it's a selective policy that they engage in.
yeah. It's like a lot of it really felt like over like a neutrality pushed to the extreme. Like some of the stuff that made me really uncomfortable was stories, like any story about Syria, like specifically Syria, and there were a couple of other countries, Libya, Yemen, needed management approval before they could go out. And basically, what we would do in those cases would just like write the simplest, most milquetoast script you can like imagine. Like,
Mhm.
no one should get offended by this. Even ISIS should read this and go, yeah, okay, that's fair. You know, it's never like this person attacked this person. Oh, it's always like there was an attack. You know, like never attribute anything to anyone. Always cite like you're like it's always like alleged and reported. And and all of that. So it was like never
Very
taking a side. But then
milquetoast.
like super milquetoast. But like again, like that didn't it didn't feel that extreme because like for example, like I was looking at the New York Times headline on that Will Smith slap from last night.
Mhm.
And I think their headline was Will Smith appears to slap Chris Rock, and I'm like, dude, that was a slap. But
Very, very,
they
very
have to like
careful
put the
with the
appears.
litigation.
Yes, and it that's kind of how I felt on any touchy subject that could be, and that could enter into okay, we don't want to contradict Russian policy. It was never like pushing Russia's narrative. It was just like let's be extra neutral on this, which it like that was to me that in a lot of cases that was like getting closer to the line where I was getting uncomfortable, but it wasn't bad enough for me to actually go, okay, I'm going to resign over this because I don't like to be neutral about this, because if you don't like to be neutral about stuff, you like can't really work in journalism at all in general.
Of course. I'd like to try something, if I may.
Sure.
There's a light buzzing noise in your background.
Yeah,
I think it's a
I know
laptop
what
fan.
that is.
Um,
Yeah, that's probably the case. Yeah.
Gotcha. Are you using the application or the web page version of Discord?
No, I'm on the app. It's just that I have a small desk, so my mic is close to my laptop.
Gotcha. Do you have the I believe it's called the crisp noise suppression active for the call?
Is that by default in the system or?
On the bottom left of the app window, there should be a series of vertical lines looking kind of like a sound wave right next to the voice connected green text. And you'll be able to turn it on there.
Yeah, okay.
I just want to
Noise suppression. Okay, crisp. Yeah, it's powered on theoretically.
Gotcha, theoretically. Just one moment. Just a
How
moment.
bad is the noise? I can just try
It's
to
not
get my
bad.
laptop in
Nobody
the
in
bottom.
chat is
Okay.
complaining. This is me being autistic.
Okay. Yeah, no worries.
Video. Oh, they changed how it looks in the background. Why do they do this all the time? Oh, they changed the other. Okay. I'll just have to deal with being autistic. It's genuinely not a big deal at all. Please don't
I'm
feel
sorry about
self-conscious
that.
about it. Anyway,
Okay.
please. Okay, so with regards to their styling and their consistency, you worked there for some time. You said 4 years.
Yeah.
Now I'm curious. Were you ever given any work to do specifically on the ongoing conflict in Ukraine? Were you ever tasked with anything pertaining to that specific issue?
Okay, so the way it works is usually any work that has to do directly with Russia or let's say like generally the former USSR countries was done by the Moscow office. And depending on what level you're at, so I was a broadcast journalist.
Interesting. That is
Yeah.
very interesting.
But yeah, but it's a bit more nuanced than what it sounds at first, because like they would publish whatever they wanted to publish in Russian, which we had no control over whatsoever. But we, as a broadcast journalist, you just see what goes up on the website in those cases. But once you become an editor, you actually receive translations of their Russian scripts, and they say, "Oh, please publish this," and you have to kind of basically rewrite the entire script because it's garbage, and you have to write something that makes sense and that fits, English standards and like international media standards for what you can publish. So it usually when it was political stuff or when it when we would get hard Russian propaganda vibes from the scripts we would get from the Moscow office, we would tone that shit all the way down and just make it as fair as possible and as non-Russian propaganda as possible. That got more extreme towards the end. Once the Ukraine stuff started happening, that the efforts that we made to remove the pro-Russian bias got kind of got pushed up to 11. Yeah.
Gotcha. That is very, very, very interesting to me. The idea that more leeway would be afforded to journalistic affairs, which aren't specifically about like USSR or former USSR issues, but then to that it would go to the Moscow office. Because one
It
of the
was more of a
things,
language thing, to be honest. It was more of a
Mhm.
language thing. Like we had an Arabic desk that would do a bunch of the packages that came from the Middle East. We had a Spanish desk that did a lot of the packages from Latin America and from Spain. It was more a matter of, well, it makes more sense for them to work. Like we can't cut a quote in Russian. You know, if there's an interview in Russian, just can't cut it. So they cut it, they publish it in Russian, and then they send us the English version that we have to work with. But the word, like the video editing is already done, the translation's already done. You know, it's something that we couldn't have done from the
gotcha.
start.
And that does, of course, afford them a greater degree of regional control, because I
Definitely.
imagine those Moscow offices are towing a pretty narrow line when it comes to the issues they're given to discuss. Um,
Yeah.
and
So sorry, go ahead.
I just want to say that one of the things that has made RT really effective as a propaganda network is that there's so much diversity of opinion in the work they produce. So this is before the invasion of Ukraine. If you would go on RT, like the YouTube channel, you would see this incredible diversity of political opinions. You would see stuff that looked like far right nationalism. You would see stuff that looks like far left populism. You would see advocacies for Bernie Sanders. You would see both attacks on and defenses for Donald Trump. You would see like this massive, massive, massive range. And I think a big part of this isn't just a kind of destabilization mantra, but is also a product of an effort to encourage ideological diversity, as long as it doesn't get in the way of very specific geopolitical issues that the Kremlin wants a consistent line on. So they'll encourage diversity on a bunch of issues in America, but they don't want people, publishing articles on how the Russian-backed separatists in the Donbas region of Ukraine are a violation of Ukraine's national sovereignty on the part of Russia. Like, they wouldn't encourage that diversity on those issues,
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, there's several things I want to bounce on in there. First of all, like what you said about the pushing kind of a destabilization narrative. I think that's obviously that's been Russia's strategy for a while now. It's like when Trump was elected and people said, oh, that he had help from Russia, and a lot of people pushed back saying that's ridiculous. He's not a Russian agent. It's like, no, he doesn't need to be a Russian agent for them to push his election, because they knew it would be like a massive clusterfuck, which it was. And I think they got exactly what they bargained for, which was to massively destabilize the country, even if they didn't like control him like a puppet, like some people said was supposedly the conspiracy theory. Like I never believed that he was under Moscow's control. I just believed that they pushed his candidacy to create chaos, basically. And I think that's also what they do in their media. It's always like, so we didn't have any common staff with RT Germany.
Mhm.
Like I have no idea how it worked inside RT Germany, other than one former RT employee who a couple of years ago was interviewed in German media saying, yeah, everyone at RT Germany is either a neo-Nazi, like or a nationalist, or they're just Russian ideologues, and there's no one else there, you know.
Mhm.
And and communists, but basically there was no one in the center, like nowhere near the center. Is all like tankies, neo-Nazis, and Russian ideologues, basically.
Well, and in a respect, I think this is one of the reasons we argue Russia has such a sophisticated propaganda network. It's that, for the most part, and I think that this war in Ukraine is an exception, for the most part, it doesn't ever seem like the products of their propaganda networks are pushing a consistent narrative. It seems like it's this organic, diverse, disconnected, just jumble of perspectives, which are an authentic product of the unique idiosyncrasies and values of all the individuals who make up, those arguments. Even when they were with the Russiagate stuff, when they interfered with our election, it's not as though it wasn't as simple as them just like secretly pumping a bunch of money into the Trump campaign, right? Like there were Russian companies that were like making fake social media posts promoting BLM too. That uncertainty, the
Oh yeah,
discourse,
yeah.
it just anywhere and everywhere. And I don't think, for the most part, this is something that the United States has historically engaged in, even when we were doing our seedier, like Latin America CIA bullshit. I feel like for the most part, we've always taken kind of I guess I would say a relatively direct approach in terms of our foreign policy. And Russia has always favored an indirect approach, which seems to be much more effective and gives you more plausible deniability in the modern world with social media, where anyone can say anything from anywhere with no accountability.
Oh yeah, I mean definitely. Like the social media is definitely allowing them to stretch their disinformation budget for sure. What was I gonna say? Shit. I
Only
wanted to
you
bounce
can tell
something
me
you said,
that.
and I wanted to bounce something you said, and I kind of got sidetracked. Um, let's see.
I could
Where was
advance
I?
the next question if you like.
Sure, go ahead.
So, time passed. It was better working there than you were worried it would be.
Mhm.
Now, I want to know, okay? It's late 2021, and reports are being heard that Russian military training exercises are amassing tens of thousands of troops at the Ukrainian border. Before people are even talking about a full-on invasion, I mean, people are concerned. Was there a change in tone at your office?
At my office, between colleagues, yeah, definitely. No one that I know of, like over the course of the 4 years that I was there, every time we would talk between colleagues, it would always be like, "Oh, how'd you end up here? How did you end up in such a shitty place as this? Like, how do you feel about working for the Kremlin, basically?" And they would be like, "Yeah, I'm really uncomfortable with where my salary is coming from, but hey, the day-to-day work of just which by the way, do I need to explain actually what the company did, or is that clear when I say like news agency or?
Oh no, I would very much appreciate clarification.
Okay, so roughly, the way I was explained actually super recently, I didn't realize that we were as integral to RT's operation as it turns out that we were. But according to another person who resigned, who was higher up than me, the way she described it was that Rupley is the production arm of RT. Basically, we do all the B-roll and some of the quotes that RT reporters use in their news packages when they have a talking head. Basically, I didn't realize it was that much, but basically, what we publish on the website is just news packages that has only B-roll and interviewees like short quotes covering uh, like mostly political news, but yeah, news from literally all over the world. I think anyone, if you're like a regular consumer of news, whether it's your 8 p.m. broadcast or whatever, you've definitely seen Rupley footage on a regular basis. If you've seen footage of Julian Assange being dragged out of the Ecuadorian embassy, that was
Mm-hmm.
Rupley.
Mm-hmm.
Funnily enough, we had like the company had no insider knowledge. It was just like for a year, every couple of months there would be rumors that, oh, the Ecuadorians want to give him up. They're sick of of having him there, and the police are going to show up. And they would go, they would film, they would be like AP, Reuters, Rupley, and other people, and nothing would happen. Would happen, and then the same rumors would come back a couple of months later. We would like send the camera people again, and that time Reuters were gone, AP were gone, everyone was gone, and we were just like, how long are we going to stay? Okay, let's give it another couple of days and then we'll leave. And it turned out that in that time he was arrested. But yeah, that was if you've seen footage of that, it was Repley footage. So yeah, basically to come back to your question, I was hoping not to stay too long, even though I did stay longer than a few months. I was hoping to, yeah, okay, let's just, save a bit of money, maybe buy some new equipment so I can freelance after this and not stay long enough that it's going to be too much of a stain on my resume. So by the end of 2019, I was starting to think, okay, I'll give myself like another year here to like really like get some things in order, and then I'll be ready to leave. And then like COVID happened, and like a bunch of media companies around the world were laying off their journalists because they didn't know like how much they could afford. And I was like, okay, maybe not the best time to resign,
Mm-hmm.
to change jobs. So I decided to stay until the pandemic was over. And late 2021, I was like, okay, now it's time to leave. So I started to talk to my boss. asking like where, like what they could offer if if like as the next position for me. I was kind of hoping to get a position on the field. She floated a I probably shouldn't talk about this, just so I'm not too easily
Of
identifiable.
course,
But basically, yeah,
exercise all due caution.
yeah, they floated a pretty good position on the field that I thought that would probably be a better place for me to find another job than to be stuck in the newsroom. Like I would probably get better job offers from there than from here. So I was like, okay, this is gonna take a few months. In the meantime, this military buildup is happening. What I was hoping, and I think this was pretty general, like no one obviously knew, like we don't have direct line to whatever's happening in Moscow, but what we were hoping was that this whole buildup would kind of be a massive troll, that
Ah,
they were,
an epic gamer move, as it's known.
yeah, because obviously the US was pushing this whole like, oh, Russia's about to invade. Look, this is definitely going to happen. They're going to do it by the end of the week, and then nothing would happen. And then they would do it in the next couple of days, and then nothing would happen. And I was kind of expecting, I'm kind of hoping, despite my best intuition, kind of hoping that the timeline for them to cross the frozen rivers would pass and nothing would happen, and they would go, see, it was all fear mongering. The US is just completely not credible on this issue. And that's what we were all kind of, crossing our fingers for. And then when they started to evacuate people from the Donbass region, and when the whole bombing of the Donbass leader's car happened, that was like, oh shit, it's happening. And oh shit, I'm out of time to leave the company now.
Yeah, I have to say, when the buildup took place on the border to begin with, like at the very beginning, I also didn't think it would amount to anything because Russia has always fronted their aggression very openly, um, to try to like win over their neighbors. It was only when like they started doing the joint exercises in Belarus and like they started like getting more and more troops over there, and then it wasn't just troops, it was also like military equipment, like vehicles, and like, oh, they're bringing like rocket artillery over. It's like, oh god, like what are you training the rocket artillery on the border? What? Yeah, the blood packs they were bringing over, the field hospitals. It was like, okay, the bridge laying equipment. It's like, all right, okay. Yeah, obviously with regards to like Russian, I mean, that's kind of the point, right? Like, again, like America doesn't do this. When America wants to invade a country or when they want to do something, I feel like we're relatively blunt about it, right? Like with the Iraq War, for example, it's not as though like there was this, oh, we're not invading Iraq. We're actually just like deploying a special operations group to the coast, and we're going to use it to help this one particular group of disaffected refugees who have been harmed by the, Saddam Hussein and his regime. And then like, oh, defensively we have to move. We were like, no, actually we're bringing them democracy. Let's go. Let's liberate Iraq.
Yeah.
And then we just sent our entire military over there. It's fairly blunt. And I feel like it's just really difficult to parse the. I mean, Russia has spent so much time and so much money essentially gaslighting the whole world as to their
That's
actual.
exactly it. Yeah.
Yeah, like, like, will they, won't they? Well, they'll spend 6 months like making it seem like they're going to do something really bad, but then they don't. It's like, oh, haha, you're crazy for thinking we were going to do that. It's and obviously their media apparatuses are the way through which they do this. So you resigned when this started to ramp up. How did your in your conversations with your coworkers and the attitude of the place you were working at, like, did you get the feeling that there was like a change in the, I guess, company culture? Like you were all being sort of ramped up for a more direct propagandistic engagement?
Oh yeah, no, I haven't even gotten there yet. No, we'll get there. Yeah, you're
Oh,
jumping a
please.
few steps here.
Oh, please don't let me.
No,
Don't let me. Yeah.
I wanted to bounce on the gaslighting thing because that's really the feeling that I get from anything. Like you were saying earlier in your Ukraine coverage, you were talking about how Russia lies about literally everything, and that's exactly it. Like every single time you see like a public denial, or like Russia's accused of helping Syria with their chemical attacks or whatever. And they're always like, no, of course not. Like, we have nothing to do with that. And you kind of like imagine them chuckling behind their hand or something.
Right, right.
And it's always like it's like the most extreme example, I think, was the poisoning of Alexei Navalny. Which, yeah, we have, like, I wanted to touch on that anyway in terms of like our coverage at Rupley. But the idea that they have this one nerve agent that is only made in Russia, that is traceable to Russia, and they would use that to poison people and then deny that it was them is insane.
It happened again pretty
And
recently. According to Bellingcat, 3 people at a recent peace talk between Ukraine and Russia have developed symptoms of chemical poisoning. This was just
Oh,
like
shit.
less than 24 hours ago.
Oh shit, I need to be careful about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
No,
never, ever,
I'm,
ever accept a drink from a Russian diplomat under any
yeah, I don't think I
circumstances.
should even touch my door handle or anything like that.
We're,
No,
we're in N95.
Yeah.
Anytime you're in the vicinity.
Like, yeah, what's it called? Hazmat suit.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like I heard a bunch of people, even like pro-Russian people, who were like, no, it's too obvious. They wouldn't use Novichok to poison people because it's too obvious that it's them. No, that's the point. They want to send a message and also gaslight everyone by saying, no, of course it wasn't us. Like the thing that literally has our signature. Like it was to me, that was the point, was to kind of do the denial with their signature on the crime at the same time. That's the absolutely insane part of it.
Because you
But
want
yeah,
to
no.
train people to deny the obvious, right? I think this is the difference between like an expert and an amateur liar. An amateur liar will construct like a perfect and consistent narrative, or at least they'll try to. But an expert liar will be dog shit at it 100 times over until they've trained everyone to either accept obvious inconsistencies with their narrative or to not even know what the truth is. It's like that Hitler quote, right? Like people will believe great lies more easily than little ones. You don't just want people to believe some carefully crafted narrative. You want people to be basically immune to reality. And I think that Russia's pretty good at that in terms of
Mhm.
motivating that, you know?
Yeah, I can't remember what the quote exactly, but there was this one quote, like the difference between a liar and a bullshitter, and it's basically that. Yeah, it's like a bullshitter doesn't care about if you believe him or not. He just will stick stick by his guns and maintain his completely inconsistent narrative and not give a shit. But yeah, no, the Navalny stuff was kind of a good example of stuff that we covered while I was there that didn't feel like that was the kind of stuff where I was like, okay, this could have been a lot worse. For context, like one of my first jobs as a journalist, I was covering like local politics, and I would go interview some mayor and come back and start writing on the article, working on the article, and tell my editor, hey, this dude just straight up lied to me. And she would take me and say, you can never say lie in an article. Like, you can't accuse him of lying. You're not in his head. You don't know what he knows. You don't know what he thinks. You just can never use that word. What you can do is, like, you quote him, you say, this is what he said, and then you quote opposing evidence, you cite your sources, and you lead the reader to come to the same conclusion as you, that he lied. So you know he lied, I know he lied, the reader knows he lied, but you never say the word lied.
Mm-hmm.
And that's basically how we would treat those, either the Navalny poisoning, the MH17 stuff, or just generally the stories that needed management approval. Was like, yeah, we're just going to be super neutral, but we can still, in the way we write articles, and this was a fairly like explicit concerted effort from newsroom level people to kind of have something that's unimpeachable for editorial reasons by the management at the top, that they can't say, oh yeah, you used like the wrong word here, that seems biased. Like it's incredibly unbiased, but still kind of tries to lead people towards the right conclusion. And so in the case of Navalny, we were able to say, oh, this guy is a critic of Putin's government. he quote unquote fell ill and went into a coma on a flight in between two cities in Russia.
Right.
He was transferred to a German hospital where the government tested, like the hospital tested him, and the government said that he tested positive for Novichok. But the Russian government denies any involvement, and the hospital where he was initially treated in Russia says that they don't think it was a poisoning. But like 70% of that script would be like laying out the evidence for why it's obvious that he was poisoned, and then the bullshit denial at the end is kind of like, well, we need to add this for balance.
Right. It's
And
well, yeah. It's an implicit denial as well. Like if
yeah,
you were to like if you were to assess the situation rationally, like obviously in a country like Russia, if they had poisoned him, any Russian hospital will deny that he'd been poisoned because
yeah,
they also don't want to get poisoned. Like it's yeah, like so if you think about it for a second, like the input of that hospital is irrelevant to the case. You would want an
yeah.
independent analysis, but you know, they in a way which makes it seem as though they're trying to sort of rationally balance it out, provide all perspectives. They actually tip the scales in favor of their argument.
Yeah, and it was funny because there was a moment of kind of you know that meme of people like the monkey looking aside, like there was kind of that feeling when up until the Russian government announced the that the test results pointed towards Novichok, we were using like it was the alleged poisoning of Alexei Navalny. He was
Mhm.
allegedly poisoned and this and that, you know. And then the press release by the German government came out saying, "Oh, this was definitely Novichok." And I remember this was the end of my shift, and the head of our department came out of her office and said, "Okay, we can drop allegedly. The German government said it's a poisoning now." So I'm like, "Oh, cool. We're actually doing the right thing here." So I leave the office. I come back the next day for my next shift, and I you know bump into a colleague of mine who's leaving her shift, and she's like, "Oh, by the way, allegedly is back. We have to keep using allegedly."
Nice. Do you know if that was like a quick correction from the Moscow office afterwards? Like they were like, no, 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 you're still using that, or was that like? Do you know what the chain of command was on that retraction?
I don't know specifically, but I'm reasonably certain. I don't think it was the Moscow office because the Moscow office, in terms of like the newsroom people in Moscow, were at the same level of us. Like the people who would tell that department head what to do
Mhm.
would be the people like the heads of. They were both in charge of RT Germany and Rupli, and yeah, they were full on Russian ideologues. That you know, like that came out very clearly during a meeting that we had after the invasion started. But yeah, like, there was another case that I think was interesting because I almost resigned over it. Actually, there were two things that nearly got me to leave. One of them was an email that we got one day during, you remember the Hong Kong protest from a couple of years ago? This
Mhm.
was pre-COVID,
Yeah,
or maybe it was like early in COVID or something. I don't remember.
it was pre-COVID.
Um,
I know that
yeah,
time doesn't mean anything anymore, but that was
yeah.
pre-COVID.
I know we were all still in the newsroom. It was pre-lockdowns for sure. It must have been pre-COVID, yeah. But anyway, we get an email one day saying, "Oh, we've been doing really good covering the violence of the police against the protesters, but hey, we wanted to focus our coverage on protesters being violent against police."
Of
And he
course.
sent us like a couple of examples of the style, the type of scripts that he would like us to publish, and I was like, what the like I if this is like political pressure making us support the Chinese government, I will have to resign over this. I can't stay here. And so I decided, okay, I'll go talk to him because like the guy who sent that email is I have like I have full faith in, like he's a good journalist, and he was super super honest and straightforward about everything that happened there.
Huh.
And so I figured, okay, if I talk to him and he tells me, yeah, look, I'm just a messenger, this is what they told me to say, then at least I'll know what's up, and I'll have a reason to resign, but I'll see what the explanation is. And so I go to him and I say, hey, uh, is this for political reasons? And he would go like, "Oh shit, I didn't realize it would be read that way. No, no, it was completely a business decision. Like we do not want to paint all protesters as violence against the police. Like we'll still continue doing the coverage that we did of the protest movement as a whole. Like the only restriction that we had in covering those was that we couldn't refer to them as pro-democracy. We thought that was too biased. We had to refer to them as anti-government protesters, which doesn't seem less biased, but okay, whatever.
Huh.
Tomato, tomato. But yeah, he was saying, no, look, what happened is everyone is covering the same story as we are of the police violence against this massive protest movement. And there's a niche of reporting of real stories of like violent protester groups, like smaller groups within the protest movements, that is undercovered. And we've put out a few packages about that, and they did really, really well. So just purely as a business decision, we decided that those would probably do well if we did a few more, and get more. We would sell more packages that way. And I was like, okay, I can imagine that conversation happening anywhere else. So I can't say I'm going to resign out of principle over
And that's the
this.
plausible deniability
Yeah.
right there, right?
Yeah. In this case, just because of who it came from, I do believe it, but maybe that's also what he was told as a justification as well. Again,
It's
it
hard
was
to tell.
convenient for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always going to be hard to tell, right? The most effective way to advocate for positions which are incredibly untenable, like publicly, is to not actually support them, but rather to support them by implication by giving undue coverage to issues that that don't deserve it. So, for example, we saw this perfectly with Fox News during Black Lives Matter. The obvious
Oh, yeah.
explicit position that Fox News had, the one they directly stated, was that rioting and looting is bad, which is a pretty defensible position that most people in America would agree with. Obviously, though, their undue coverage, their insistent fixation on it, to the detriment of the broader protests, was an effort to push their real position, which is that they fucking hate black people. And we see this all the time, and we see this all the time even from more reputable news agencies. Undue coverage, like fixating on one element over another, is an inevitable product of having biases, which is also an inevitable product of being alive in the world. There's no real way to avoid that. But I think there's a big difference between natural biases, which naturally guide what you cover, and very politically directed biases that cause you to sort of specifically craft a narrative around a given issue. If that's actually happened here, it's impossible to know, but it definitely is convenient. China and Russia are, of course, geopolitical allies for the most part.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's also just a product of journalism in general. Like we like individual stories. There's not really like the big picture stuff is for the history books. It's not for journalism. That's not what journalism does. And if anything, the more long form the journalism, the more in depth it goes, the more specific it goes onto like specific characters. When you're just talking about when you're just doing like quick news packages, you're going to talk about an entire protest movement. If you want to go more in depth, you're going to talk about this one specific group. If you're going to do like a magazine feature, you're going to talk about this one specific person, and we kind of it's kind of a product of the medium of trying to be engaging by making it personal, I guess. But yeah, I remember a conversation that I had with the same boss from one of my first jobs, the one who told me you never say lies. It was about just being like media bias, and she would maintain that the company I worked for wasn't biased. Like, oh yeah, we do not have a bias. We're always going to be objective and like present both sides of the issues.
That's always a red flag to me.
Totally.
Anything, any institution, any person who won't admit to bias just means that they're either lying about it or they aren't smart enough to know it.
I think it was like a lack of awareness, because I was pointing out like there's even if you want to cover like every issue like super in depth and present as much the both sides as you can or whatever, it's like sometimes there's not two sides to a story, and sometimes like the other side is complete bullshit, and you can disprove that when you present it. But also just like you do not have infinite resources to cover everything, so just with like even if your coverage of specific issues is perfect, just the choices you make and what you choose to cover is a bias that you have. It's like, oh no, it's just we cover what's what's of public interest. Yeah, public interest to who? You know, if you were black, if you were trans, you would probably have a very different interest in what stories you would like to cover than just, being a white woman in the south of whatever. Let's not go into geographics, but yeah. Um,
Yes, I
um,
agree.
but yeah, that's exactly the thing, and that's something that, at least from my department, I had literally zero control over what stories we chose to cover. That was coming from another department. They just sent us the footage, and we had to cut it and write it and do the best we could with what we were sent, basically.
Gotcha. So, did you you said you left. Obviously, being too specific here, you shouldn't be, but did you leave before the full-on invasion or after it?
I left after it. So what happened
Mhm.
was, yeah, I remember you covering that the Donbass leader's car that was blown up, and allegedly, like, this is impossible to confirm, but apparently that wasn't really his car, and he has a much fancier car that they didn't want to blow up, so they just took a cheap Jeep and blew that thing up instead.
Yeah, it's very
Uh,
funny to imagine,
yeah,
like look at this glorious victory. They're like, look, we destroyed the leaders, and like it's this. I swear to God, that Jeep didn't even look like it could run. I mean, that would have been like in America, you couldn't sell that for any amount of money. That's like a
yeah.
scrapyard car right there. And they're like, yeah, here's the leader of this region. Yeah.
Yeah, no, like, so we published that, and at the time it was obviously a really, really busy news day for us. So we didn't even have time to question it when we saw it. At the time, I like, the reporting of it not even being his real car came later. So I was just like, this feels like a false flag, but I don't have time to question. We just have to publish it. And I was starting to, like, first of all, get a really bad feeling over what was about to happen. And to me, like, from that point on, all the evacuation packages we were putting out, and that Jeep, I didn't myself publish the RT journalists getting like some weird explosion in the background. I'm pretty sure that Rupley did publish that footage, though. I just remember seeing in my inbox a headline from the Moscow office about RT journalists coming under fire.
Huh.
And I was like, I'm not even going to dedicate any of my time to looking at what that was. And later I saw what was probably the same footage on your stream. And I was like, okay, that's hilarious. And that's really fucked up that we published it without asking any questions. But
Great
yeah, at
comedy
least I
though.
wasn't. Yeah, great comedy. But yeah, I was glad that I wasn't personally involved in that, because for the most part, I can say that in my time there, I stand by pretty much everything that I hit publish on, minus a couple of exceptions, but over, hundreds and hundreds, probably thousands of files. I think that's not too bad.
Pretty
But
good.
yeah, so um, a couple of days later, I wake up in the morning and my girlfriend's telling me, okay, there's a war now. It's like, wasn't that already the case? And it took me the entire day basically to, like, kind of snap out of my, like, dazed confusion and actually realize there was a war. So for the first day of the actual invasion, it still felt like the previous days to me, where they were still talking about sending a peacekeeping force into the Donbass region. Thankfully, like, I was really worried that I would have to write peacekeeping force into my scripts, and thankfully I never had to do that.
Huh.
I would just refuse that and say no, it's Russian forces, period, which I did for um a few months earlier. Russia sent forces into Kazakhstan to, like, uh get control over an anti-government protest, and in that case I would get scripts from Moscow saying peacekeeping forces, and I would just, like, remove the peacekeeping, Russian forces instead, but
Was
yeah, in this
that
case.
did you get in any heat for that?
No, one thing that was a source of discussion is that the script that I got, they never brought up the fact that I removed the peacekeeping part.
Hmm.
But at one point, they sent me a script that would mention the number of dead police, the number of injured civilians. But the main story that everyone else was reporting on was the number of dead civilians, and there was no mention of that in their script. And I was like, guys, what the fuck? Like, are you seriously gonna pretend this didn't happen? Like, are you seriously just gonna, like, not mention it and, like, completely sail past that without saying anything? And so at that point, it was during a night shift. There was no one there to like reply to my comments. So I just added a paragraph in there about the reports of, and I gave a specific number of 100 and something.
Uh-huh.
And the next day, when the morning shift came in, I wasn't online anymore. I just checked the chats later, and they said, "Oh, you use this number quoted from this news agency, but there's a different number quoted from another one that's lower, like a lower estimate or whatever." And so they ended up with a compromise to say, okay, at least the lower number of reported dead civilians. But yeah, that was like very mild pushback. I
What was the
didn't
other
actually
agency?
get into. I don't remember the specifics. It was probably, I really couldn't remember. I would have to log into the chats and have a look, which I'm not going to spend time doing.
Fair. What was the attitude of some of your coworkers during that time? Was there like unease at the office as you all felt like you were being roped into something, or were some people like really on board and other people were more openly opposed?
No, like literally no one was on board. There was one person who would have been on board, like the one like really, really, really extreme tanky who used to work there. But by the time any of this happened, he had been fired for like threatening to do a Charlie Hebdo at the office because he didn't agree with some of the people who worked there.
Really?
I wouldn't have been
Interesting. Only the
surprised.
best.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been surprised if he had been on board with everything that was happening. But there was just one guy who was still working there who was like, no, we're just presenting the different perspective and whatever. And he was literally the only one. And a lot of people would like literally say, well, once we all resign, he's the guy who's going to be left at the company. But yeah, so I work on my first shift post-invasion. And at that point, a colleague of mine comes and says, "Oh, we're not allowed to use the word invasion." I'm like, "What do you mean we're not allowed to use the word invasion? What are we supposed to say then?" He says it's a special military operation. It's like that's just a massive euphemism for invasion. Like, what are you saying? Yeah, well, it's what we have to say. And I'm like, okay, I'm not using that. So I basically like I think the first script I wrote, I was like, okay, whatever, we can't use invasion, so military operation. And I felt super dirty after that one, so I was like, okay, I need to find a different word. And so I ended up using offensive, which I wasn't explicitly told not to use. And later I talked to my colleague, the one who told me we weren't allowed to use invasion, and he said, yeah, I've been using incursion or aggression, I don't remember. I
Huh.
was like, okay, well, at least we agreed not to use the word that they have been using.
Interesting.
And so what happened was the next morning, I kind of went for a walk. Like I woke up in a completely different state of mind than the previous day. I woke up kind of like it was finally dawning on me that there was a massive war happening in Europe. And like thanks in part to like just watching your streams of like literally hours of live footage from there, because we just like get individual packages and we don't have time to like actually watch the individual like the big picture developments. We're just putting out stuff, file after file after file. So we
Uh-huh.
don't really have the overall view. So yeah, watching your stream was giving me kind of a more like it was kind of making everything feel more real. And so I go for a walk in Berlin, and I start talking to a colleague of mine on Telegram, and we're both like, they're saying we can't use invasion. They already in our system, like when we put out a file, we have a drop down menu with all the countries on Earth, and we have to choose which country the story happened on. They already had the day after the invasion started, they had country categories for Luhansk and Donetsk.
Right.
Or I should say Lugansk and Donetsk, because Lugansk is the Russian spelling for Luhansk.
Ah, like
Um,
Kiev and Kiev. Yeah.
exactly, yeah. So we'd been using Kiev with the E for the longest time, and I've never really questioned it because it's the spelling that I was used to before. But the Lugansk thing was weird because for years we had been using Luhansk, and all of a sudden they changed it like 2 months before the invasion when things were starting to ramp up. And I was like, okay, that's a bit of a weird decision there. And so yeah, immediately after the invasion started, we had new country categories for that, and we weren't supposed to refer to them as disputed territories. We're supposed to refer to them as independent countries now.
Huh.
And yeah, we were talking about that on Telegram. We were both like, yeah, this is super fucked up. I can't just stay here and just do what they're telling me to do. I have to stand by my principles. So we basically agreed that we weren't gonna listen to any of their guidelines. We were gonna use invasion. We were gonna use like the Ukrainian spellings for cities. We were gonna refer to Luhansk and Donetsk as disputed territories.
You cut out there. You were going to say disputed territories? Oh God, they got him. Not like this. Uh-oh. Uh, well, uh,
Hello, can you hear me?
hello. Welcome back.
Okay, nothing happened.
Good to
They didn't
know.
apartment.
Okay. The last thing that I heard was your insistence on using the correct terminology.
Yeah, exactly. And basically, we got every editor in our department on board with that. We had yeah, we just like everyone was on the same page immediately as soon as we talked to them, and we started doing that. So yeah, the next few shifts. So this was Friday, and management had told us, oh, we're going to have an all staff meeting on Monday to discuss the situation because like everyone was freaked out, obviously. And so we were kind of like waiting to see what they were going to say during that meeting and see, if there was going to be any like big, yeah, okay, we're going to stay neutral in this one and we're not going to push Russian narratives or any kind of reassurance that that we wouldn't feel like instruments of Russian propaganda. So we were just not leaving yet. But over the weekend, everything we did was literally like go into the system. Like when Moscow would publish a file in Russian under the independent country, like Donetsk and Luhansk countries, and send it the script for that, I would like publish the script in English, changing the spellings and adding invasion, like using invasion and stuff, and then going into the system and changing the country to disputed territory instead. Ukraine in disputed territory. The other thing that I did that was kind of felt really satisfying because I hadn't really felt the freedom to do it before was it was a file of quotes by Putin, who was claiming that the Russian troops were not clashing with the military and were not affecting civilians at all. They were just having clashes with neo-Nazis and nationalists. And I basically added an entire paragraph saying that the claim of significant neo-Nazi presence in Ukraine had been a part of their justification for the invasion. Like kind of, I don't remember the wording exactly, but I said that it was like largely unsubstantiated and exaggerated or something like that. And I was like, I would never have been able to use those words if I wasn't like basically hoping that they would fire me, which would make like leaving the company a lot easier than if I resigned.
Of course. Yeah. Well, thank you for your service and also for your principled behavior and not standing by and allowing yourself to be a mouthpiece for the propaganda. Um, I'm heartened to hear that your attitude wasn't unique either, that your many of your coworkers seemed to share it as well. Especially because well, as you know, I'm sure, RT closed all of their American offices. Just
Mhm.
full on, just shut down. Now, this was in response to, I think it was DirecTV, which was their channel host, cutting their contract with them, but to also shut down operations like broadly in America. Like they could have maintained something. And it makes me
Oh yeah.
wonder if the reason for that is because they're getting similar pushback in a bunch of their international offices, that like all over the world, this was a line for a lot of people. Maybe they're all not leaving the way you did, but that the opposition is significant enough um, that it's led to some kind of like, I guess, operational instability in a lot of these foreign offices.
I mean, perhaps to some extent. I think it was just untenable for them to keep on operating. We had like the all staff meeting that I mentioned earlier. Touched on this a bit, but like I do want to say, like, before I go any further, like, I feel like I'm sounding very conceited here, and like I this didn't take that much courage, because it's not like I'm in any danger of much happening to me.
Uh-huh.
Like,
Right. To
I
clarify
lived
to
in,
chat, you're not in the Russian offices.
yeah, no, I'm not in the Russian offices.
Yeah.
I'm in Western Europe. I'm not feeling in any physical danger. The worst that can happen to me is like issues with my NDA, but like everything I'm saying is basically public knowledge. A lot of this is already in the public record, so I'm not
Mm-hmm.
too worried about that. Um, but yeah, like when I look at the reports of tons of Russian journalists in Russia resigning, or that woman with like giant balls going on that live broadcast with a sign behind the newsreader saying "No to war" and that they're lying, like that is like, that's real courage. Like, I get no credit for doing what we did, which was just like, okay, we're just gonna troll basically and like stand by our principles for a couple of days while we see how the situation develops, and then we make a decision on whether we stay or not, which is all we did.
Well, hold on. First of all, epic trolling is always worthy of celebration. Second of all, don't worry, I'll be talking to one of them too,
Oh, awesome.
in the very near future. But no, work like this, or I guess in your case, the decision to not do work like this is incredibly important, you know? And I think I don't think you should be shy about being celebrated, because it's one of those the banality of good. I think we talk about the banality of evil, right? Where, just commonplace day-to-day interactions lead to like mass suffering if you're complacent or indifferent. But I think it goes both ways, where just being willing to care enough to make this an issue, if more people did that about more things, the world would be an unimaginably better place. Like the lack of complacency, even if it seems minimal, is cumulative. It's additive. It builds. And in this respect, I mean, yeah, I hope we see more of this. Russia's obviously going to keep this line going for a long time. The insistence that this is like a peacekeeping operation and blah blah blah, denazification of Ukraine, like
Hmm.
they're not gonna back off of this. And the more people like you who are principled, the less effective their foreign operations will be, which means that in the future they might feel less confident in trying something like this again. I think the Russian government was counting on better international reception, or at least mixed international reception. Most Americans
Yeah.
don't care about what's going on in Syria, right? Like maybe they were hoping it'd be framed as like, oh, there's some disputed stuff going on, oh, the Donbass territory is oh, they both have a claim to it. This stuff happens. But instead, they've found all this opposition.
Or even diplomatically, like that vote against Russia, that was like everyone except 5 countries, including Russia, voted against Russia, or like
Three,
either abstained or
three
voted against Russia.
countries.
No, it was Russia and 4 countries, but it was
Was it?
insane. It was
Oh,
like,
I thought it was three. My
well, I
bad.
mean, if you
Got
if you
excited.
count Belarus, which doesn't really count, um,
Yeah.
but yeah, it was like Russia, Belarus, Syria, obviously. Um, who else was it? I know the one that was kind of surprising was Eritrea, because just no one ever thinks about them.
Um.
And there was a and there was
Uh,
another one that I forgot about.
the international condemnation was overwhelming. Wasn't North Korea one of the ones that
Oh yeah,
supported?
it was North Korea, exactly. It
Yes,
was,
truly
yeah.
the
The
international
fact
super
that,
team.
yeah, even like China wasn't voting with them, and what the other thing that was crazy was when Kazakhstan refused to send troops to Ukraine. Like Russia had sent troops to Kazakhstan to help them with the protest like 2 months earlier.
Uh-huh.
And then when they invade Ukraine and they asked Kazakhstan for troops, they're like, "Nope, we're staying out of
That
it,
was
out of
wild
this
to
one,
me,
dude."
because
Insane, yeah.
they have to think like, they're coming for me next. Like in Kazakhstan, like they have to, when they were deliberating there, like I feel like the writing is on the wall for a lot of countries. Like I imagine that officials in Kazakhstan have something like a unique insight into what the Russian government is facing, because of course they have like ties, you know, at least stuff that Western diplomats might not necessarily be aware of. And their refusal to me was a hugely optimistic sign, because
Yeah.
Kazakhstan knows what happens to neighboring countries that defy Russia. They have to be thinking, Russia might not be able to do anything to them after this. They might have broken their back against Ukraine, and Kazakhstan might have known it, I think, before a lot of people in the West did.
Yeah. Can you imagine if Russia doesn't manage to ever actually achieve anything in Ukraine, and like that, like there's no way Putin survives that politically. And the amount of damage that he's done to Russia, like politically, economically with the sanctions, like like up until then he was presented as this strong man who kind of brought Russia back from the brink after the Cold War, you know, after what was it, Yeltsin, who's not very well regarded in Russia in hindsight. Um,
Not at all, no.
and now, like, if this is Putin's legacy, he will be regarded in even worse light than any recent Russian leader, Soviet leader, whatever. It's
Mhm.
like absolutely insane the amount of damage he's done in just like 1 month, when he was just considered like one of the, I'm not saying this is my opinion, but obviously, but like for people in Russia, he was considered like one of the greatest leaders in Russia's history or whatever.
Yeah, for being a strongman is really kind of it's a really easy way to get and to maintain power, and it's also a really easy way to lose it, because you don't. Oh my God, my cats! Hold on, 1 second. Just a moment. You can talk to my community. Yeah, yeah,
Oh yeah, the cat. Okay, never mind.
yeah, yeah. Oh. You didn't leak any state secrets while I was away.
I was just very confused why I couldn't hear you all of a sudden.
Um, excuse me, sorry. Yeah, so it's a very easy way to lose power as well, because there's not really any room for nuance or like allowances for failure to a strong man, you know? And this is going to be unambiguously the greatest failure in all of Putin's career, like bar none. Nothing else even comes close. I mean, this is worse than like Bay of Pigs, worse than occupation of Afghanistan from either us or them. I mean, this is like a, because he, like, everything is being broken in favor of this, right? Like tens
Mhm.
of thousands of troops lost, international condemnation with almost no exceptions. It's, you know, Eritrea, North Korea, like, okay, you know, um, and an economy decimated. Um, and well, yeah, I don't know. I like, they can't propaganda network their way out of this one, I think.
Mm. I can still hear Pigeon in the background, but it's fine.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I never hear her on stream. She sounds way more desperate than I thought.
She's just it. Her default scream pitch is so pathetic and so alarming that, like, every time I hear it, I assume something's wrong. But it's just how she meows. She says hello like that. She'll run up to you and stare at you for like 3 seconds, and then do that scream, and it sounds like she's dying. It's just she just sounds and looks naturally like she's miserable all the time, but she's purring and happy and rubbing her face up against you. So like, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, one of my cats was going crazy right before I came on stream, so I fed her just to quiet her down. But yeah,
That's
I
fair.
was hoping that wouldn't happen. So yeah, anyway, we get to the Monday after the invasion starts, and we have that all staff meeting. So we had a quick meeting, just our department, with our department heads before the all staff one, and it was super open, super honest. The department heads told us that they were resigning. and they said, "Look, you can resign and give in your notice, like to stay here for the full month or for however long you want. You can resign effective immediately. No one's gonna give you any shit for that. Just do whatever is best for you, you know." And that was like super open. We would all have a discussion about what was going on and why like we were leaving, and everyone was like really on the same page. And then we joined the all staff meeting, which Reuters has since written about, so this is also on the public record.
Uh-huh.
um and the all staff meeting was hosted by the two managers, the Russian ideologues who are
Oh.
in charge of the company. And that was a moment, man. That was quite something, because like they knew that there were a ton of resignations. They knew that probably the sentiment among the people who hadn't yet announced their resignation was going to be roughly on the same page as the people who had already said that they were resigning. And yet, one of the first things they said was something like first of all, they like the one of them, they were kind of doing good cop, bad cop, but one of them was like, oh, first of all, like focus on your mental health, stay safe, whatever. And then the next one, so over the weekend, while we were waiting for this meeting to know what we were going to do about our employment situation, the EU had announced sanctions against Russian media in the entire in the EU. Basically, they said that they were going to shut down Russia's propaganda machine, or whatever they called it. And we didn't know at that point if that affected us. And so that's what they opened with. This one person was like, yeah, so I've been talking to everyone and all the journalists involved at Rupley and RT, and asking why these sanctions would target us, because like never done anything that goes against journalistic ethics, and that we've broken no rules, or made no faux pas in terms of what we were supposed to do. And everyone in the call was like, what the fuck is she talking about? Like, who does she think she's talking to? This sounds like the same kind of, gaslighting denials that they would give to people outside the company. But I was really surprised that that would be the line that they would have inside the company as well. And like there was this famous quote where someone talked about the fact that we couldn't use the word invasion, and she said, "Oh yeah, but it's just a matter of linguistic subtlety. Like you can still be objective and talk and tell the story correctly without using certain words, and it's not really an issue." And
Uh-huh.
then one of the heads of the newsroom, who had already announced that she was resigning, said, "No, no, no, this is an issue. You know it's an issue because we argued about it for hours, and you can't claim that it's not something that's a major red flag." So yeah, no, it was like that meeting was a huge clusterfuck, and
So
it's also like,
I want to know something, if I may.
yeah,
So you can only tell based off vibes, but these two head folks, I mean these two managers, did they give you the impression of being deliberate dishonest propagandists, or of people who had just bought the party line just in its entirety, and they were just effortlessly regurgitating all of the talking points that have been given to them? Obviously you can't tell, but what was the impression that you got?
honestly, I'm not 100% sure there's really a distinction between the two. Not for everyone, at least. And for them, I wouldn't be able to tell if that there was that distinction there.
Okay.
Like when I hear people like Haas or Jason Hinkle or whatever his name is, like I cannot believe that they really believe what they say. Like there's no way they believe that. When I hear, I've never even read this guy's work, but like I read one quote from him in a Vice article like to this morning, basically. What's his name? Blumenthal.
Yeah,
Um,
I know that
yeah,
guy.
he was saying that the bombing of the theater that had the massive children sign next to it was a false flag by the Azov battalion. Like, there's no way he actually believes that. I mean, I don't know the guy. I can't get vibes off of him. I don't even know what he looks like or sounds like. But I have a hard time believing that any reasonable person would actually believe that.
I think there's a lot of truth to to a lack of a distinction here, because generally, people who have really bought into the propaganda of like an authoritarian government, people who are hardline supporters of that sort of thing, like let's say Nazi sympathizers, right? The difference between deliberate lying and just buying into misinformation gets really vague in a way that I think a lot of mentally well people are really uncomfortable with. By mentally well, I mean people, I guess, who are empiricists, people who believe in the idea of telling the truth and that there is such a thing as truth. But there are legitimate philosophical disciplines that reject the idea of any kind of meaningful truth, even an intersubjective one. And I feel like that attitude carries across in the propagandizing a lot of these far right governments, where empiricism is like a selectively wielded, or there's like legitimate doublethink or deliberately ingrained cognitive dissonance. And I never really know when I talk to people, like how much of it is them being deliberately dishonest and how much of it is them sincerely believing in the non-existence of empirical truth, like
Mhm.
where is that line crossed? I don't really know.
Yeah, no, like that's basically the feeling I get for a lot of these. But yeah, so basically, what the way I've described it to like colleagues after that, because every single time, like after that meeting, like people would just like come and go, what the hell was that? And I was saying that person's voice, the one who was saying talking about the linguistic subtleties, like her voice was the sound of 1,000 resignation letters being signed. Like if people were hoping for any reassurance or like reframing or kind of like, okay, we're taking a step back, we've heard your concerns and we are going to readjust how we've been covering things over the weekend. People who were hoping for that definitely got the exact opposite, and I think basically that's when they got a flood of resignation letters.
Mhm.
So yeah, uh, it took like a month for basically everyone to sort out what the best way they had of getting out of their contract was. But yeah, at this point, there's like 20% of the employees that I knew are still there for various reasons. And the people who were there, like, I can't even blame them. Like, some of them have a visa tied to Germany that, if they come from Syria, they come from Palestine, they come from Iran, like wherever. If they lose this job, they lose that visa, they have to go home, and that's
Mhm.
not an enviable position. Like, I'm pretty privileged in being able to resign in that sense. But yeah, it's uh, I I think there's, apart from the Moscow office, who I'm sure there are good people at the Moscow office too. Like I just do not know them personally. I can't imagine
There might
anyone
be
not feeling
slightly
convinced
fewer
about this
over
position.
there.
Yeah, but I mean it's interesting because I used to I have a friend who is Chinese, who worked for the New York Times in Beijing, and she would tell me about, like, she went to a journalism school in China, and all of her classmates went on to work for Chinese media, and she would tell me like none of them, like she was lucky to get a job at the New York Times and to actually be able to do journalism, but all of her colleagues, she would tell me, were also like believed in journalism, and were like idealistic to a certain extent, has had, the shine a light into the darkness mentality of,
Well,
the importance of.
you work with what you can get, right? If you
Exactly.
live in China and you are interested in journalism, I mean, how many options do you have for
Yeah,
making use of what you can do?
that's the point. Yeah, that's the point. I'm sure it's the same thing in Russia. It's just, literally every media company that wanted to keep on reporting on the Ukraine war by calling it a war in Russia had to either shut down or leave the country. And so, yeah, if those are your options, like I can't fault anyone for for staying in the industry and staying in the company where they can just like do the best they can in a horrible situation, you know?
Yeah. It's likely that the Moscow office has had more propagandistic revisions than your office did. They've probably had these bubbles like inflate and pop a few times.
Oh
Um,
yeah. I wanted to mention this. Sorry for cutting you off. But like the speaking of the Moscow office, so I have a colleague who for people who spoke, actually, you didn't even need to speak Russian. Just like during the summer, when some of the editors in the Moscow office took time off, they had a smaller staff than us at Rupley, and so it was a possibility for you to work to like fill in at the Moscow office for a few weeks during the summer. And a colleague of mine did that. And he came back and he was like, "Oh yeah, we have this illusion here in Berlin that RT and Rupley are like completely separate animals and like two different beasts entirely. But you go to Moscow and that illusion just shatters completely because there it's literally the same organizations, the same people working for both sides of the content, yeah. And so that was kind of another moment of, oh shit, well, you know, I'm glad there's that separation here, but he was basically telling me that what he saw in Moscow convinced him that even in Berlin there was no separation either. I didn't have that firsthand Moscow experience, so I didn't get the same like you know illusion shattering moment as he did, but it was kind of a bit of an eye opener still to know that.
gotcha. All right, well that does make sense. Um, damn. Well, I guess I want to know then, since I'm invested in the character arc now. What are your upcoming plans? Have you found any another journalistic post to take since then?
Um, Not yet. At the moment, I'm working on all the unemployment stuff. Hopefully to get that sorted as soon as possible. Um, Basically, just for like, I'm really bad at selling myself, so I'm hoping to be able to freelance just because it should be faster to find freelance gigs than to find another like good staff position. And I'm hoping to be able to find freelance gigs so that I can wait longer before I can find something that I like better. Um, but yeah, I would like to get to a position where I can actually like not worry about paying my bills while freelancing. But I know that freelancers dedicate a lot of their time to like pitching and like trying to sell stories, and oh, this news company didn't buy it, so I have to approach these other people until someone says, okay, we'll buy it for this much, and then try to make the finances work. Like it's a lot of work for individual people, so it's kind of daunting. But yeah, hopefully I'll be able to get at least some income that way until I can manage to find another either staff position or yeah, let's see what happens.
I hope
I've
so too.
considered I would like to have like the kind of editorial independence that, you know, streamers and YouTubers have, but I hate being the center of attention. So
W
I'd rather be behind the camera.
Listen, maybe don't have this level of journalistic independence. People can say whatever the fuck they want in this platform and get away with it. Maybe
Yeah.
slightly less independence would be good for your profession. Honest to God, if I were you, I would really like play up the I would really play up the like the angle of what you've talked to me about here, you know? Like I worked for an RT subsidiary, and when their invasion of Ukraine took place, I was so disgusted that we changed the words behind the scenes, and then I quit, that kind of thing. I feel like there's probably going to be a at least in the field of journalism, there's going to be kind of a reckoning with RT and RT subsidiaries following all of this, like maybe a little bit more when the dust settles, if it's not happening already. And people are going to be looking for standout narratives like that to contrast against the other narrative, which will be all the people who played along and went with it because they didn't care. And it's probably better to be on the former than the latter side in terms of public perception.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard both sides of this. I've heard like people saying when asked if they were to hire people who resigned from Rupley or from Russian media, and they would say, yeah, like, you know, it does make you think about it, and you do like have a moment of pause, but yeah, at the same time you understand that they didn't have a choice of where they could work. And so you would at least hear them out. And then I hear other people who like say basically like, no way, I would never touch anyone who worked there. And like these are people in hiring positions. I have a colleague who, a former colleague of theirs, ended up working at a pretty big news company in France, and they approached their colleagues saying, "Oh, you're like at a high position now at this awesome company. Like I'd like to work there. Do you have anything open for me?" And they were apparently like pretty close colleagues before that. And that person replied saying, "You," and this was 2 years ago, before any of this. It was just like the stigma of Russian media. The person said, "I would not touch you with a 10-foot pole after working for Russian media, and no one in France is going to hire you." Which is, yeah, that's kind of disheartening. And also, um, what was I going to say?
Keep in mind, though, those people are going to go after you one way or another, right? I mean, when they
Mhm.
ask you for journalistic experience, you're not going to leave out the 4 years that you had a staff position. That's going to come
Yeah,
with
of
you no
course.
matter what. As long as you have that in your past, I think that contrasting that against your opposition to the invasion narrative is probably the best way to move forward. You know, better than
Possibly, yeah.
yeah, better than underplaying the entire thing and them looking in your past and going like, "Oh, up until early 2022, worked with." You know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah, and
Best to
like
own it.
the funny thing is that the same companies who say, "Oh, I would never hire you after this. I'm not even going to give you an interview," are companies who bought our footage on a weekly basis, you know?
Virtue signaling. It's virtue
Yeah.
signaling. Yeah.
So that was funny. But it's like the one good thing that I can say that I really got, like, first of all, the colleagues that I worked with were incredible people. And also, like, before I got this job, I was applying to a bunch of jobs that were saying, "Oh, you need extensive newsroom experience. You need to like know how to work with broadcast equipment." And I had been working in journalism for a few years at that point, but it was always like small, like single office, like, 10 people, 20 people operations. It was always like, you bring your own equipment and you figure it out on the spot. And the fact that I worked for Russian media might have some downside in terms of my employability to some people, but at the same time, there are like real transferable skills that I learned working there that I think will probably hopefully make it worth it in the long run.
Well, I think so too. And if nothing else, you have an interesting story for it. We're
Yeah,
um
yeah,
we're coming up on 2 hours, which is a fairly hefty conversation.
yeah.
I want you to know I really do appreciate you coming on to speak with me. It's actually been very revealing and gives me some perspective, uh, not just into the broader situation, but also, I guess, the fragility of Russia's position internationally when it comes to their propaganda network.
Yeah, well, thanks so much for having me, man. I like it. It took you a couple of weeks to reply to my email, so I was worried that, because I also talked to, like, sent an email to someone else, not a streamer, but like another journalist, like saying, "Oh, this," like someone that I'd been talking to like on and off for a while, and just like sent a long rambling email about what had gone down, and never got a reply. And I think that I should probably like not contact them again, because that email was way too rambling. But yeah, I was glad to get a reply from you, and
In
you
my
had some
case, I'm just bad at keeping up with my emails. Also, I have a bad habit of replying to the emails I care about last because I have to craft a real response rather than one of the template responses that I have because I get enough emails that if I manually typed out every response, I wouldn't have time to stream. But I still read all my emails, so like I don't have a secretary. Most people at my size do. But anyway, so I see a real email like yours that I have to respond to actually. And then I put it in a different bin, like a separate folder with a tag, and I'm like, okay, we'll just clear out the junk emails. Not junk, but like, some of them are junk, but a lot of them are just like, hello, I love you, thanks. And I go, thanks, whatever. And then and then I never actually get around to the real ones. So yeah, I'm trying my best.
you also had a lot of shit going on the last few weeks, maybe.
Well that yeah, that too. Um
What? Yeah, what was there was one thing that I wanted to bounce on, and that Yeah, it doesn't matter. Never mind. Sorry. I'll let you conclude this.
No, not at all. I really do appreciate it. Feel free to keep in touch in the future. Be interested in seeing if any there's any follow through. To your benefit and to mine, it might be good to keep in contact with your former coworkers. I imagine you're in a sort of shared situation
Oh
there.
yeah, definitely. I think we've probably interacted more since we resigned than any, like, all interactions outside of the office combined of the past 3 years, especially because most of them, like many of them, had been hired during COVID, so it had been a home office situation. So it's been funny to like hang out with these people face to face more in the last month than we had in the last 2 years.
Yeah, well good. Some camaraderie in difficult
Oh
times.
yeah, definitely,
Um,
definitely.
is there anything that you'd like to shout out, like any ventures or profiles, or are you contributing your voice and not else?
I didn't think of anything ahead of time, so I'm kind of on the spot here. I can't think of anything specific, no.
That's fine. Email me
But
in the
yeah,
near future if you have anything you can think of, and I'll have my editors
sure.
add it to the description of the video.
Okay, cool. Well, thanks a lot for having me, man.
Thanks a lot for coming on. Seriously, thank you.
Cool.
Be well.
You too.
Well, that was dope. I feel like that was a real conversation. Sorry, Marcy. I take a sick, perverted pleasure in responding to all my own emails. Um, yeah, that was super, super insightful. Um, I feel like, I feel like it's good to have convos like that, or to get some insight into stuff like that, because it lets you reflect a little bit on the mentality of organizations that do bad things, which he undeniably participated in. You know, um, I'm always sympathetic to people who work at orgs like that, because I know that, especially in the modern economy, like so often it's like, um, you're like 2 paychecks missed away from losing your apartment. Yeah, but it's interesting. The fact that so many people resigned all at once is actually really heartening. It makes me feel like it makes me feel like, I don't know. I have a lot of respect for journalism as a field. I really wish that investigative journalism was more common these days. It's not. It feels like journalism is all like republishing press releases put out by other organizations, repeating stuff given by higher offices, or like opinion, like op-eds that are not even journalism, but basically just blog posts with the perceived integrity of news, Um, but yeah, it's good to know more about that. I have a lot of respect for it as a field, and knowing there are people who care enough to quit under those circumstances is very heartening. All right, Pigeon. Why? Why? Pigeon, why do you scream? Why? Pigeon, I'm not going downstairs. I'm screaming. Words truly, words truly fail to describe how ridiculous her squeaks are. Um, she is the most talkative cat I have ever seen, and very reliably she will respond to you when you talk to her. Like, she'll be sitting there on the ground, like doing the cat sit, where like her chest is up and her like front paws are straight, but her back paws, like her haunch, is sitting. And you'll stare at her and go, "Hi," and she'll look directly at you and go, like, I can't even do a noise that high pitched. I can't actually, like, I can't actually, my vocal range is not capable of encompassing that noise. Um, you know, there's no M noise. It's so. I need to voice train. Yes, as part of my, according to chat, inevitable transition into a woman. Uh, you know, and a long road that would be for sure. Uh, yeah. Does she scream no sometimes, like in those vids of cats taking a bath? She basically has like two screams, a pathetic one and a more pathetic one. The pathetic one is the default, and it's just anytime she's feeling chirpy, and that's all the time when I'm trying to sleep mostly. It will be 4 a.m. and she will be standing outside my bedroom door, outside of the open door she could walk through, standing at it like it's closed, screaming at my door. And she will only come in when I say her name. It is unbelievable. It actually defies my... It's like she doesn't actually know. It's like she doesn't... It's like she doesn't know. Called manners. Yeah, she's like a vampire. She needs to be invited. She'll just wait there at the door line until I'll go, pigeon. You know, she'll like run in and like jump on the bed and fall asleep or whatever. Or sometimes she won't. Sometimes she'll just sit there and keep screaming. So, you know, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, she is indeed Babby. I do love her. And then she has the more pathetic scream, which is when it basically only happens when Artemy has won a fight with her, which is every time they fight, and when we're bathing her. And and if I can't do the noise she does normally, I definitely can't do the noise she does when it's even more pathetic. It's so high pitched. It's borderline like dog whistle, you know. An actual dog whistle, not the political term. Do Artemy or Pigeon ever trill like Merp? Like burp? Artemy does that a lot. Whenever he gets up, basically. Artemy makes a lot of really, really weird noises. We thought he actually had fluid in his lungs for a while, but we had the vet look at him, and no, he just makes a lot of noises. He snores all the time, and when he's purring, it's incredibly loud, and he breathes really loud too. When he's purring, so he's doing like this. So he'll like lean back and do this like while purring, and I can't replicate the noises as a human. It's not really possible. But he's just like so happy, like this fat idiot just laying there, you know. Like when I make that noise, it sounds like a raspy, like creepy or whatever. But when he does it, it's just this super fucking cute, you know. Does he drool? No, he doesn't drool. He's healthy by any medical approximation, so we're not worried about it. But didn't he eat toxic flowers? He's been like this since a kitten, and the toxic flowers didn't poison him at all. He had no symptoms of poisoning. Yeah, he's cute. Who's next in the docket? We're being interviewed. Dusty Poncho, I don't handle unbans. There's a support email you have to look into. Fuck, I need to respond. I need to respond to some texts and stuff. God damn it. Here, just give me like 60 seconds to respond to a couple of messages and some texts, and then we'll bring on the next person. Let me DM them. Are you good to hop on soon? Just a second. I need to respond to this. God help me. Oh, by the way, I said that I'd promote this because I've been informed that it's a banger. Xander Hall dropped some big fucking drama vid recently on Flamenco. If anyone remembers an old character from the Vosh sitcom, but apparently like Flamenco's been like stalking Xan for like 18 trillion years or some shit, some weird fucking shit like that or anything. Yeah, I don't know. You guys should probably check that out. Yeah, that's old Vosh lore. It's like ongoing. Weird shit. Heroin is good for you? Yeah, I've heard that. Augie has crap takes. Augie RFC? Augie has always been like, I've only talked to him a couple of times. When he talks to me directly, he's always been pretty chill, but I guess he's like friends with some alt-right people. I don't really know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know. Oh, fun cherry. Didn't he also recommend the cum pills? He did also recommend me cum pills. That is true. So I could cum more. You know, I sort of sought that out because it sounds cool. And I stand by that. Did they work? I haven't taken them yet. I just own them at the moment. You know? Okay. Let me see. Did that? Okay, the person who I messaged has not responded yet. Did we talk about the Hasan stuff then? I think we do. Oh shit. Is it time? Here, let me get the links. This is very much what is that withered Wojak? Like the time to talk about drama again, yes, dude. This does not conflict with any Fortress Arc associated stuff. That's fair to point this out. Just a moment. Hold on. Let me just get the clips because everything's on my subreddit, of course.
And it's the
Did my subreddit post when he was like doom scrolling through my Reddit or like saying that he messaged me? Was that that was probably on my subreddit. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, hold on. Oh boy. Okay. No holding back. The sub has really been popping off lately, by the way. There are posts getting 1, 2, 3,000 upvotes, which is really awesome. I want to see the sub continue to grow because I do think it has the possibility of being like one of the most active like live streamer / YouTuber adjacent communities. Like I think it could end up being like a really big yeah. I want to see where the post is of him. Does anyone here? I'm gonna go pee. Can anyone find the where he said that he messaged me? Close this. This? Is it this? Let me see. The full 30-minute rant on Adam something has this. I would need a timestamp on here. Oh, okay, hold on.
strange too because like
oh,
Vosh.
hold on. Whoa, hold on. Coconut Island has it? Oh, good. Yeah, I saw the message he sent the Discord. He's so mad. Okay, all right, fine. We have it all now. Just a second. I'll be right back. What? Pigeon? Hello. Look at her. What a scrungly little baby. Ooh. All right. Tilt, tilt, tilt. Okay. Wait. Okay. Yes, cats love showing you their butthole. It is their favorite thing in the world, and I hate it. Also, she's like more naked than cats normally are. So, yeah. All right. So, I don't want to linger on this because it's you know, we're a very positive channel here, but um Hasan has been engaging in some uncouth behavior, and I feel it warrants at least some level of criticism. So the basic gist of it is there's a beef between Hasan and Adam something, who is a YouTuber who I'm quite fond of. And naturally, without me doing anything, I got roped into this. I didn't I didn't I didn't go looking for engagement. Whatever. Okay. So, anyway, Adam something put out a video criticizing the Gravel Institute for their video on the Ukraine situation, like Nazis in Ukraine. And Adam something pointed out there were issues with it. And Adam something also criticized, I think, Hasan in the video, because Hasan had, up to the invasion and after the invasion began, delivered some really bad takes. It wasn't so much his bad predictions as it was the way he handled disagreement, which I took issue with. But anyway, so Hasan is watching the video on stream.
Well, technically, they admitted that only 10 to 20%. Adam something posted a 40-minute video about how Gravel lies about Azov, so a bunch of Euro sock dems might come in here being fucking annoying. Dude, I'm sorry to say this, but, you know, Europeans and fucking being secret crypto neo-Nazis goes hand in hand sometimes, okay? Europe and pro-NATO Europeans being a fucking fan of Nazis or running defense for Nazis is not exactly news to me, okay? Holy shit. Also, Adam something, look, I know he's got some good videos on fucking, you know, engineering stuff, but deeply, deeply fucking frustrating to constantly you know, have this conversation, especially when it's literally an ex-alt-right guy who was a Nazi until like literally a fucking year ago, okay? Maybe it's real comfortable for someone to fall back into those propaganda talking points.
Anyway, I think this is a fairly unwarranted comment on Hasan's part. Adam Something's video on the situation is really good and very unambiguously not a Nazi video. It's just a video which criticizes some very biased framing that the Gravel Institute engaged in, where they overstated and misrepresented the presence of the far right in Ukraine as a way to sort of implicitly justify pro-Russian invasion talking points, which is not good. We should not do that. It is bad to lie in a way that justifies an invasion. We should avoid doing that if at all possible. So in response to this, Adam Something made a YouTube community post. So apparently Hasan called me a Nazi following my recent video on the Gravel Institute. Here's a clip of it, and that's the clip that we just watched. And Adam Something, in my humble opinion, dressed him down very effectively. To summarize, such takes of his are the product of his simplistic American left streamer bro views being thrown into the vortex of nuance that is here. Oh my god, Pigeon! There's no way you didn't hear that one. That was loud. Worse, a European armed conflict. He goes on to... Now, to be clear, Adam Something is condescending in this post. However, given Hasan's initiation of this drama, I would say it's fairly warranted. I can't really blame Adam Something for the tone, and I think that what he said here is you know, pretty fair. Hasan didn't mean to insult me. He simply reached the narrow limits of his understanding of the world, and since he then couldn't control the resulting emotional outburst made up of fear, confusion, and frustration. For all these years, he and others like him were able to surf the waves of Bernie Sanders, a person with an actual overarching political philosophy and nuanced worldviews. By attaching themselves to Bernie's correct points, these commentators were able to conceal that all their views are just a variation of the same 3 to 4 half-baked, disjointed ideas in lieu of a coherent set of values and an understanding of the world outside America. That is a very thorough dressing down to... a very thorough dressing down, to put it lightly. Of course, Hasan talked about this as well. Here we go.
And it's the worst kind of freaks that love this shit, which is 5,000 likes.
Oh, keep in mind, by the way, I'm only showing clips of Hasan's stream here because, like, I can't watch, like, a full hour of Hasan getting mad at a post every time. Obviously, the clips that we're watching from Hasan are pre-selected to be the most vitriolic. This clip in particular is 7 minutes long. I don't even know if we need to watch all of it, but let's just get a feel for it, I guess.
Likes in 2 hours, dude. 5,000 likes. Well, I watched his entire fucking video. What is this? I understand he's in a lot of stress. Lots of people have been piling on him, me included, over his Ukraine takes. Such takes of his are a product of his simplistic American lefty streamer bro views being thrown into the vortex of nuance that is Europe. Worse, a European armed conflict. Yeah. I simply, as an American streamer bro leftist, cannot understand the complexities of arming Nazis and training them. It's, oh, you fool.
I do, by the way, think it's a little bit ironic that Hasan's response would indicate the simplicity of his worldview because he misrepresented it in a way that did exactly what Adam Something accused Hasan of doing, which is taking nuance and reducing it to fit into like the 3 or 4 neologisms that he's comfortable with. So, yeah.
You just do not understand. You do not understand. I'm a European and you're a non-European. So you don't understand the complexities of arming and training Nazis. You know, I did grow up in Turkey, so I do have a different perspective than I guess he does on NATO involvement. But I don't know. I mean, I personally do not favor an institution that literally fucking ripped ultra-nationalist violence through the country that I grew up in. But hey, but that's not a European country. Isn't that right? Hungary, on the other hand, is. You know, that's firmly planted in Europe, whereas Turkey is not. A lot of Muslims in Turkey. Never going to be a European country, despite its, despite Istanbul being in fucking Europe. Hey, fine. As a European myself, this is of course nothing new to me, which is why I've been able to make these.
If I go over all of these points, we'll be here for a while. I just want you to get the vibes. So that's why I'm not responding.
Detailed, nuanced points of view. Oh God, does it hurt when you're cranking yourself so hard here? Even when it comes to actual neo-Nazis in Ukraine, instead of the expected knee-jerk dismissal and denunciation. Oh, you fool. He literally is saying, like, you fool.
Cool.
You do not have a nuanced approach to neo-Nazis being armed. I, as a European, on the other hand, I do. People who aren't familiar with the complexities of Europe and Ukraine, and especially the current war, might find those takes of mine scary at first, which I understand. Disingenuous people might even say that I was defending Nazis in my video, The Gravell Institute. But this is, of course, not the case.
I'll skip ahead to the end.
A lot assessment here that shows a gigantic blind spot. Okay? The gigantic blind spot is that you just don't care about fucking Nazis because they're not going to kill you. I think. That's what you think. U.S. bad isn't a political philosophy. It's an ontological foundation. First of all, the U.S. is bad. Like the idea that it's not bad is fucking so stupid.
Essentially, Hasan's reaction to what Adam Something had to say proved every point that Adam Something had. Yeah, there's not really. It's pretty much that simple. So Adam Something, of course, came out with more posts in response to this. So Hasan also did a thing on Twitter. We can't go over everything here, you know. Hasan's Twitter tantrum about me is a very useful lesson about reactionary thinking and intellectual honesty. Basically, Hasan tried to discredit Adam Something by doing the text version of clip chimping and didn't really engage with it, and it's all so dumb. It's just embarrassing behavior. You can all look at it if you want. It's all public. There are videos on it. I'm just giving the gist because I'm about to get roped into this. And Adam Something talks about how reactionary thinking works, and says that Hasan is engaging in it, and I think that's fair here. He concludes, while both Hasan and I are leftists, we're nothing like each other. I am a leftist of consideration, while Hasan is a leftist of sheer circumstance. Had he been born into a different environment, he could very well be typing out anti-feminist posts on Twitter right now. He'd only need to switch out a few words, as the rhetoric and thinking are already the same. By contrast, I feel I'd find my way to leftism eventually, even if I was born into different environments. I'd likely get caught up in reactionary thinking, but eventually my analytical thinking would prevail over my feelings. So this is about the concept of being morally lucky, which is philosophically tenuous, but the basic idea here is that Adam Something is making the argument that you can more reliably trust the beliefs of a person who had to fight to arrive to what they now believe in, rather than people who just are there because of what they've been exposed to. Obviously, we're all products of our environment, but I do feel like there are a lot of leftists who have a problem of being leftist because they have leftist positions, but having the logical systems that could have led them down any road. Like, it's not like the systems they have would lead them to leftism. They're just already a leftist and happen to have those systems. I'd like to believe that the way I think about the world, like my moral systems, would lead me back to being a leftist every time, assuming that I had those systems. It's a good way of knowing that you have the toolbox necessary to deal with problems or changes to your thought processes, even if you're already a leftist. Like, basically, you don't want to be the leftist who's left behind by history because new problems arose and you didn't have a consistent system to deal with them. You want to be someone whose principles are such that they can stay progressive even in new situations. You want to be like those cool, like, second wave feminists who didn't become weirdo transphobes because all of their pro-gender liberation advocacy was based on biological essentialism, you know? You want to be like those feminists who are like 75 years old today and are like hippie pro-trans grandma types, you know? Like, you want to be able to keep on par. You want the logic to stay there, and that's the goal. So, you know, Adam Something did his second reply, and it was then that, because the drama had exploded a little bit, Hasan, as I understand it, started to look to my community. Here's a clip from his stream on Twitch.
Strange too, because like Vosh constantly talks about Vosh derangement syndrome or whatever the fuck, and his community loves talking about that shit. Meanwhile, they literally have brain disease. Like, you know what I mean? This is like...
He apparently spent like 30 minutes looking through my subreddit, finding people who were critical of him and disagreeing with them and yelling at them and stuff. Here's another bit.
Horny. There's all these fucking horny, Westoid, Angloid brained, disgusting filth in the chat. Oh man, that's a sick burn, bro. You fucking killed him. We tactically love Nazis, actually. Yeah, you fucking killed him, dude.
He's consistently demonstrating the limits of his understanding on this issue.
Adam SSP Pogiggle.
Neoliberal debate lords, dude. Yeah, not surprising that they would fucking align with Nazis like this. I mean, he is pro-NATO, so of course he is literally tactically going to align with Nazis over USSR involvement in Europe. So we know that already.
What USSR? There is no USSR anymore. Okay.
Which is the history of NATO, riddled with it. Many such cases.
Yeah, the USSR allied with Nazis before NATO even existed, okay? That NATO was just copying the USSR political strategy, all right? Hey, listen, NATO had some Nazis in their higher-up posts after World War II. The USSR full-on allied with Nazi Germany. They were in it before it was cool. No, this is very dumb. I've said this before, but unfortunately, Hasan is morally lucky. He's a leftist because he's a leftist. His internal thought processes on this are very bad. And most notably, he is incapable of receiving criticism. It's like foundationally impossible for him to hear criticism and to respond to it and to learn from it. It's just not possible. I genuinely do not think he is capable of it. I have no idea what that is a product of or what led to that. But it's deeply unfortunate. And, you know, that's not really a problem when what you're saying is true, like when he's saying we need a higher minimum wage or we should vote for Bernie Sanders. But man, does it become a problem when what you're saying is not true. Yeah, it's an issue. Now, the reason that I'm involved in this isn't actually because he was looking through my sub. It's because, and I'm not kidding, he had the audacity to DM me on Twitter, essentially asking me to moderate my community so you guys would criticize him less. That is not a joke. Now, I'm sure you can all infer how I feel about that just on the face of it. I'm not going to leak DMs, but he managed to be very patronizing while doing this. At one point, I think he basically said something along the lines of, I know your head can get big because you get a lot of views. Like he was referring to my war streams. And I'm thinking like, from you, man? Like my head's getting big because I allow my community to disagree with him? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I told him that my community's concerns are legitimate. I would be doing nothing to change my existing policies. I also told him that I found it very hypocritical that he would ask that of me when his mod team has banned everyone who speaks positively of me in his community for like years. It's true, his mod team just auto bans like anyone who praises or defends me in any respect, therefore shutting me out of what would otherwise probably be the largest community that I could potentially appeal to. And Hasan has never done anything about it. And what's more, I've never asked him to do anything about it. Because I try not to like dictate the moderation policy of other communities, even if I think it's ridiculously unfair, you know? Like, I've complained about it on my stream, which I feel I have a right to, but, you know, I wouldn't DM Hasan about that. but he DM'd me because you guys were, you know, criticizing him essentially. I think this demonstrates a remarkable fragility, like just a just a demented level of fragility on his part. I don't even really know what to say about it, to be honest. It's so much of a self-parody. You know, I don't even know. Hasan got quite racist about it as well. Well, how did he find a way to do that? Coconut Island clip? Coconut Island clip. Hold on. Let me see. Coconut Island. Hasan addresses Vosh's... Oh, 40 seconds. That's convenient.
I reached out to Vosh earlier today. I was like, listen, dude, I see something going on that I don't like. I'm letting you know
it's fair criticisms. By the way, even when I think criticisms against a person are warranted, I usually take a look at my community to see if they're fair, you know? Like, for example, I think that Hasan deserves plenty of criticism for his handling here, but I don't think that gives you guys free allowance to make any stupid old criticism of him. But from what I saw in my subreddit, it seems like it was fun. Like, it just seems like valid criticism, you know? So, anyway.
Never-ending death spiral. It will turn out bad if you just like allow this to foster. And he was literally like, yeah, no, fuck off. Like, these were legitimate criticisms. I was like, bro, they were literally clipping from my Twitter where I was criticizing Russia to make it seem like I was pro-Russia. How is that in any way, shape, or form?
I didn't tell him fuck off, of course. I didn't engage in that language, but it's the sentiment of what I said, you know.
Form legitimate criticism, you know what I mean? Like, here, I still think he has like ideologically progressive values. I just don't think that this is anything but just people literally just saying fuck Hasan.
Yeah, well, this is obviously clip, but he also does a lot of us, I think. Yeah, again, I don't know. Seems pretty dumb. I just don't know, like, how would you ever get him to accept criticism? I just have no idea. I genuinely have no idea whatsoever. It seems like any criticisms that you could make of him, like, would always be framed and interpreted as being bad faith, or being insincere or something. Maybe he and Destiny are more similar than either of them is willing to give, you know, give credence to. Ish. You know, it's like there's always something, right? To an extent, I do this as well, right? Where I frame, I mean, obviously, like the whole VDS meme, where like if people criticize me, but I think usually when I write stuff off as VDS, it's often because it is. I mean, I'm usually willing to like discuss. I guess I just don't think I've ever engaged in this level of like obvious denialism, if that makes any sense, right? Like, messaging a person to tell them to get to moderate their community to stop criticizing me for a thing which is pretty much empirically correct. I don't know. I have no idea what to do with this. I'm sorry. Look, Hasan is a huge figure. He is just like a massive figure in the online left, and I can't like replace him in his size. So if I had the ability, I would try to, like, I guess, guide him in a more positive direction. But I have no idea how to. If I felt it was possible, I would worm tongue that shit. Oh, Hasan, your words are so wise, but if you considered changing course on this one issue, like, I'll pad it if I need to. But I can't. Like, there's nothing I can do here, you know? Like, there's not, I can't. Do you guys understand what I'm talking about, right? Like, there's obviously a strong utilitarian benefit in trying to get his positions to be, like, as good as possible. And if I can't, like, debate him into it, like, you know, if I have to, like, coddle him into it, like, I'll go for that too, as long as more people are on the right side of a position. But I can't do that here, so... yeah, I don't know. Unfortunate. But... yeah. Oh, yeah, people are saying he's racist here. Okay, I'm sorry.
The Middle East into fucking shreds. You know, places that are a little bit closer to me than your fucking dumbass podunk Hungarian city that you love jerking off to about its fucking, you know, institutions and civil engineering. Disgusting filth, dude. Eurocentrist trash. Cut a liberal and a fucking fascist bleeds.
Wait, how in the same rant can you talk about Westoids and Americanoids, but also Eurocentric filth? Wait, where on earth can a person be? um, do Russia, I guess, yeah. Well, yeah. Was that a racism? It was definitely a little weird, champ. Maybe not necessarily racism. All right, that's enough, you fucking drama frogs. Have you dared to ask Hasan to debate? He's not going to debate me. That would be a remarkably bad idea. There's no way he would. No, not a... These? Okay, sorry. Did you even hint at it in your DMs with him? Wait, hint at what? Show the Discord announcement. What Discord announcement? What are you talking about? What? I don't show Discord announcements. What do you... What Discord announcement? What? 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 Oh, this? Oh, yeah. In one clip, he said you would be scared to debate him. Is that true? If that's the case, then we could stir a bit of a fuss over it. That would be a remarkably unwise claim for him to make. That is not true. Okay, I would be very surprised. I don't care if you like horse porn. I like the horse memes, okay? That's all good to me. Boss drama? I'm not watching a 30-minute video. Shh. There's no rush to this or, in fact, to anything else in life. Be silent. If there are clips, they will find their way to me eventually. Well, we have that interview in the near future. How many cups of coffee have you had today? I have had 2 cups of coffee and no solid food. Did he address your criticism of his mods, though? No, he ignored it. I mentioned it twice, and neither time did he acknowledge it. It's very obvious that he doesn't want to take responsibility for the behavior of his own moderation team, but wants me to curtail, my own. So from Discord, it's fine. Don't worry. What if all history debate win? He hasn't responded to me. He's ghosting me. All right. Well, while we're waiting on an interview, I am playing Elden Ring. That's right. Stay mad. Fuck you. I don't care. Da 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 da. Stay mad. Stay mad. Do 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 do. Boop 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 boop. Can you cover more of that Mike from PA clip? You missed the juiciest part. Sure, fine. You have to link it again, though. I closed it. Adam Calhoun being super transphobic. I didn't ask for that, did I? All right, all right. We'll listen to this bullshit
Life.
while I'm booting up Elden Ring.
It started from this. I'm blocked by this, or I blocked this guy. I don't know. These know nothings and know somethings. People, I blocked them years ago because they're fucking toxic. They're Destiny sycophants. Hold on, let me pop this up. If you like any of those people, you're fucking worthless. Hasan's Twitter tantrum about me is a very useful lesson about reactionary thinking and intellectual honesty. He doesn't know what reactionary means. He doesn't know what reactionary thing means. Reactionary doesn't mean you react to a thing. That's not what reactionary means, you fucking illiterate.
He's so stupid. That is extraordinary. He's incredibly unintelligent. I have no idea how people watch him. Adam Something is using the correct definition of reactionary there, as in Hasan's internal processes are reactionary politically. Know Nothing and Know Something are Vosh simps anyway. I always get them mixed up, but I'm pretty sure Know Nothing is a more of a Destiny simp than a me simp. I think he's a shit poster first. They're not the same person? No, they're not, I don't think. Or maybe they're two accounts from the same person? I don't know. Hey, UE21. Oh, that's right, I was in the middle of a dungeon. Oh boy. Oh, hello everyone. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep listening to this for a while, and we'll decide how we want to proceed with the stream after we listen to more of this bullshit.
How dare you talk to anybody? Here, this is something so that all you idiots who don't understand what words fucking mean, I'll bring up the Wikipedia for you. This is the level that you're at. Not even being aware of Wikipedias. A reactionary is a person who holds political views in favor of a return to the status quo ante, the previous political state of society, which that person believed possessed positive characteristics absent from contemporary society, aka they're not just a conservative, they want to go back. They want to undo social progress. That's a reactionary, you fucking idiot. Not somebody who reacts to things.
Oh my god. He's so
He
bad.
posted 2 screenshots of 2 of my posts. One where I discussed nuclear war, the other where I responded to him calling me a Nazi. He then highlighted 2 small sections of each post, made some choice comments, ignoring the rest of what I wrote. Of the things he wrote, my favorite is this. I love when people change for the better and leave the alt-right. I don't love it when people who are watching Sargon of Akkad vids, while I was covering the US arming Nazis, tells me I simply cannot think in a nuanced way about such things. And so a choice method of Sargon and people like him back then was to find post videos by feminists, which the latter make reasonable but controversial points. For example, the feminists would write a long post about how gender is a social construct. If you read what they wrote as a whole, their points are actually quite agreeable. However, Sargon would then zero in on a sentence like, and if you're a biological man, then there's nothing fundamental stopping you from identifying as a woman. He would highlight it, post it with a...
I'm sorry. If he's just gonna reread the shit, when you say reactionary, what do you really mean then? A reactionary thought process. Hold on, let me turn the volume for the game up. We're just gonna chat while we wait for the interview person. The new Fortress arc means you'll only cover drama but not have debates about them? No, I will both cover drama and have debates when I feel like it, but we're not going to make it the center of the channel. That's the point. We're going to focus on affirmative action, building stuff up within the community, making sure that we have stuff to point to within my community that isn't just like, oh, look at him defending himself against the 18th like attack that day or whatever, you know? That's the point. I'll still make videos or debate or whatever when I feel it prudent, but I think that the fixation needs to be on affirmative stuff, you know? Stop. Ow. Thoughts on Will Smith? I think that as a black man, him defending a black woman makes him a king, and as a white person, I don't have a right to speak on it. I've been on Twitter, and that's the impression that I've gotten. No game audio? Yeah, there is. Wait, how quiet is this for you guys? Oh, the audio change. The audio change that I made is like getting rid of it. That is weird. Okay, hold on. I can fix that. I just did that to help with the journalists' There you go. In that stream, Mike goes on to say that because of you, he will never be a top political streamer. If there are funny bits, you can give the timestamp. I'm not going to watch like a 40-second or 40-minute ramble. Okay. Here we go. I'll find it 1 second. No, don't find it. Let us chill. Hello, guys. How are you all doing? Oh, boy. Okay. Has anyone ever told you your skin is glowing? Thank you! I've always felt like I have naturally good skin. Nope. Yeah, I can't wait to play the new Kirby. No lucid days. I'll get there. Anything up here? No. No, ow. No, I have not Dem Sorcerer. Damn, that was like a next level move from the fucking pot to get itself killed like that to hit me. Ah, there we go. There's a new Kirby. What rock have you been under? How are your motor skills? I am feeling very distracted right now, probably because I'm hungry. There we go. Most of the game volume was too loud. Couldn't hear myself. Too loud for me. Likely not here. Attack ahead. I have not heard of the quarry. Why didn't you eat before streaming? Because I didn't feel like it. Shut up. Blue. I'll eat when I eat. Yeah, you're not my fucking mom. Oh, these goddamn things. Stop. 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 Ugh. And yet you complain about ordering food at 1 a.m., huh? This is the reason why I'm not eating right now. I had a giant fucking thing of chicken nuggets and Parmesan fries last night. Hungry but not feeling like eating. How does that work? Because I'm not a slave to my emotions, like you peasants. Why isn't there a voice chat in Discord anymore? Because you all are too horny. It's a necessary precaution. I always feel bad for the little jar guys, you know? Maybe we could have gotten along. God. That does look like a way down. Uh-huh. I'll drop down there in a sec. Idiot. Woo! The damage on this thing is sick! Beautiful. Just making sure. Couldn't really tell you, Quoteth. Do you feel bad for the big jar guys? Yes, but less so. They're not like little babies. Why can't we be horny in Discord VC? You're telling me you don't want to watch Sex Cult Discourse Arc? Keck W? Yeah, I really don't, actually. Definitely not what I need right now, you know, in my career at this moment. The Vosh Sex Cult Discourse, okay? That's okay. RIP! Da bombs. Oh boy. No. Yeah, okay. Have you offered an opinion on the Keffel stuff? What Keffel stuff? Her ratioing people? Oh, We successfully dodge rolled that. The timing was correct by accident. That's nice. People claiming she was grooming 13-year-olds. Yeah, I saw that from, like, Kiwi Farms. I don't know if I would necessarily trust Kiwi Farms offhand for discourse on a trans woman. I haven't, like, looked fully into it. I am naturally skeptical for reasons that I'm sure you all can appreciate. Did I go up this way? No, I dropped down, right? No, I dropped down from here. Okay, okay. Wait, what did he say? Here, seek lever, try lift, then try down. Okay, I know how this works. There we go. Woo! Very satisfying. Check your Discord. Why? Ah! Interviewer, I will call you.
Hi.
Howdy.
Howdy, howdy. I was I was watching the stream and my brain didn't actually fully process the words, "We'll wait for the interviewer person." I was thinking, "Oh, he'll just message me at the time that we had already agreed upon."
No, I've duped you. I was actually referring to you the entire time.
Also, I'm so sorry about the timing. I am very bad at math. It's because I'm gay.
Oh, that's fair, and I understand, and also same. You have nothing to worry about. But yeah, hit me up. First of all, name and
Name,
pronouns,
pronouns.
and right, we'll work from there.
Okay, hi, my name's Kate. I go by any pronouns, but she, they is usually what I default to. Doesn't really matter for me though. I am an undergraduate in my senior year, and I'm going to be a super senior next year because someone is bad at not taking classes without having a mental breakdown.
Fun and reasonable.
Yeah, exactly. I'm planning to actually do some undergraduate research, like an independent research study with one of my professors. I'm political science and philosophy. And one of my philosophy professors, one of my political science professors, I'm a little bit nervous, so if I stutter or anything, that's why.
No worries at all, and nothing to be concerned about.
Well, thank you very much. She offered to be the mentor on this project, and I'm thinking of using this as like a writing sample, and also I'd like to publish it. I plan to go to grad school. Like, I'd like to go on a PhD tract, all that good stuff.
Well, I hope to assist in any way that I can.
Awesome. Well, the project that I'm working on is, well, we're trying to figure out how likely it is that someone could engage with like this kind of moderate right-wing content and be moved over down that alt-right rabbit hole. So how likely is it someone could be a Ben Shapiro fan one day and then a year later they're watching Nick Fuentes?
This is a subject on which I have some degree of expertise. So yeah, I'm very happy to lend my
Absolutely.
thoughts.
Well, thank you very much for your time and your contribution. So the first question, what figures on the right which figures on the right do you consider the most prominent?
Well, statistically, I'm pretty sure Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens are some of the largest ones. In terms of the online right. I mean, obviously, in terms of, like, political figures, you know, Donald Trump is the current headpiece. But in terms of online engagement, you have those two. Tucker Carlson, obviously, is a massive broadcaster. I would argue that, in some respects, Joe Rogan commands a pretty prominent right-wing portion of his audience. you have a Steven Crowder, though I think that he's kind of eclipsed by those other three to a pretty significant extent. Oh, I'm hearing an echo, by the way. Do you have headphones in?
I do have headphones in.
That is interesting. How could I be hearing myself then?
I don't know. Let me turn down the volume on my computer and see if sometimes they just feed back into themselves. Is this any better?
Hello, hello? I think that's better.
Okay.
But yeah, I'd say those are some of the largest figures, yeah.
Okay, cool. So of those figures, which ones do you think have like audiences that are the most primed for like further radicalization to the right?
I would probably say, I would probably say Crowder. Oh God, honestly, I feel like all of them do. In different ways. There are different avenues in which all of them have audiences which I feel would be susceptible in that respect.
Gotcha. It is definitely a terrifying topic a little bit, just thinking about how someone could be watching an edgy comedian like Crowder, and then that leads them to thinking that Black people are bad, or I don't know, Jews run the world.
It's been known to happen.
There are such cases.
If I might ask, because I still hear an echo, I'm afraid. Would you mind just switching to push to talk? Sorry for the inconvenience.
No, it's okay. I'm going to turn you down first, and then I'm going to switch to push to talk. Give me just a second.
Thank you very much.
Okay, is this any better?
Well, yeah, if it's push to talk, then yeah, I won't be able to hear myself during an interview, so that's perfectly fine. My apologies.
fair.
Audio stuff. It's always an audio thing, and it's every person I talk to. It's always some new thing. You know, Discord has different like input sensitivities for different mic types. It's dumb.
Right. I actually
You let go of the push to talk key.
I'm so sorry.
No worries. You said
I had a friend I had my friend help me with my audio today, just because I know you have an audio thing. Discord really hates you, dude.
Yeah, I'd say so. Maybe they're controlled by one of them alt-right groups, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a concerted effort to undermine me specifically.
So another aspect of this study is we're not just asking about figures, we're also asking about like memes, symbols, stuff like that. Are there any prominent ones that I should be aware of aside from like, I don't know, the Groiper?
Well, Pepe the Frog was like the predominant alt-right symbol for a good long time. But it's kind of been reclaimed now. I see it used all over the place. I don't think it has the punch that it used to, which is definitely a good thing.
I completely agree.
You know, you have that. There is let me think. Well, there's all the QAnon aligned stuff, but that's not really ambiguous. You know, I don't really think there are any QAnon dog whistles that have just kind of been integrated into mainstream discourse. I would say that at the moment, the line between the alt-right and the rest of the internet is more clear now than it has been ever before, which is definitely a good thing.
I agree. It makes it a lot easier to figure out where these people are, especially since like in 2016, they were so thoroughly integrated into our internet society that it was like, is this an alt-righter or are they just like a misogynistic asshole?
Yeah, the effectiveness of the dog whistles can only really last for so long. Eventually, they're either going to be exposed or, more effectively, I think, co-opted. Nothing irritates far-right people more than their symbols being like co-opted and used by normies. They despise it. You can see it on their forums. They get so angry, and it's very, very, very funny. Like they hate, for example, they really hate the fact that based is a commonly used term. pretty much everywhere now, which is very, very funny. Because it robs them of the ability to distinguish in and out groups. It's no longer an entry point. It's no longer a way of hooking people with the utility of a phrase and then getting them involved with all of the associated, dog whistles and political affiliations. It's just a term that people use. That's a good thing.
Yeah. So, sorry, my thoughts are a little bit scattered.
You have nothing to apologize about.
I'd also like to ask about like de-radicalization. Which left-wing figures do you think are the most prominent for that? I'd like to include them as sort of distractor questions.
Well, ContraPoints is the one given the most credit for it. I think she got a New York Times article, which is, a pretty large degree of prominence for that particular subject. I think for the most part, the people who are going to be most effective at de-radicalization are the people who can produce content which is interesting and informative, even if you're not already part of the left-wing bubble. ContraPoints is a very high-quality YouTuber. The quality of the content that she produces is fantastic, and I think that just means there's a general appeal. She's willing to engage with edgy topics, use edgy language. She doesn't come off as some kind of like cringy outsider who's appropriating these discussions for clicks or views, and that's good. I think H-Bomb is pretty good at it as well, H-Bomber Guy, because he does media reviews, and everyone consumes media. And, if whether you're alt-right or left-leaning, if you want, to watch a cool video on Fallout New Vegas or whatever, it's a good avenue for introduction. I would say, if anything, the people best at de-radicalizing are the people who make the best use of the diversity of tactics principle. The idea that the best way to succeed in a political sphere is to go beyond just explicit advocacy for your position to instead focus on appealing to people through a number of mediums and through a number of topics.
Absolutely, and that kind of answers my next question, which was about the best way to de-radicalize someone. But using that diversity of tactics principle, I completely agree.
It's really, really good. People who are in the far right aren't going to click on a video from an obviously left-leaning person and go like, all right, maybe I will learn about toxic masculinity. Like, they're just not going to. Why would they? It wouldn't even be fun for them. I don't do it for them.
Right.
Like, I don't go online and think like, let's get the perspective of a alt-righter on this complicated gender issue. Why would I do that? That sounds dumb. But if I'm looking for like a video, some kind of anime review or whatever, I know that if a person who's alt-right made a video talking about like Fooly Cooley or Evangelion or something, it'd be way more effective at getting me into their content, if nothing else.
Yeah, I completely agree. Most of what I consume now, aside from watching your streams, is media reviews. I don't watch a lot of YouTube anymore just because I don't have the time as much, but media reviews have always been something I've been super into, so I can completely agree there.
Yeah, comedy is another big avenue. A ton of far-right people online today are failed comedians, or they hide behind comedy as a way of presenting their opinions. And the aesthetic of being like the, devil-may-care, edgy comedian who's willing to say anything, it's a really effective way of getting people interested in what you have to say, because it gives you plausible deniability, and that way, if you're attacked, you can frame it as people attacking, your edgy free spirit, which is, it just comes across as bad optically.
Yeah, you're completely right. I mean, the right is getting better at comedy is maybe one of the funniest lines I've ever heard in my life. I've never met a right-winger who is funny. Have you?
No, though I have met a lot of right-wingers who use comedy for political purposes. They definitely do that more aggressively than left-leaning people do. right-leaning people are just better at, you know, not sounding preachy. If you're to ignore the
Exactly.
moral worth of these statements, you know, left-leaning people will go on Twitter all the time and make explicit declarative statements about their political positions with a moral impetus involved, you know? I'm tired of society not standing up for trans women, yada yada, which, I mean, I agree with it. But relatively uncommon are posts from conservatives going up there and we need to stop accepting black people into our institutions. Like that, even though there are a lot of people who kind of feel that way, like that degree of explicit, preachy, out there, like they work around it. They dog whistle. They you know, they obfuscate. And comedy is just such an effective way of getting people on board with that. It's so useful.
I had this conversation with actually the professor who's mentoring me on this project. The right tends to be better at using like certain manipulation tactics because their ideas are just less palatable. They need to dress them up. And I guess as leftists, we kind of get up all in our own heads and assume that because we're right, that everybody's going to see it that way and that we don't need to change how we deliver information.
Yeah, it's an ineffective and regressive mindset that I strongly disagree with. We should be as aggressive, if not more aggressive, in our willingness to pursue different avenues for delivering our talking points, as long as it doesn't involve dishonesty. I don't think we need to be dishonest.
Right. There's no reason for us to lie.
Yeah.
How many people come to you and say that you have been part of their de-radicalization? I'm trying to get like a grasp on how many people have like gone through this alt-right radicalization and how effective it is to have, you know, online media entities who are part of that de-radicalization network.
I could not count the number of people. A large number of people.
So a very high frequency.
It happens every single day. In emails and chat. I could not possibly make an effort to count. It is a very frequent thing that I hear.
That makes sense. And I'm not saying I've ever been like radicalized to the right, but you definitely did move me to the actual left, away from like being a sock dem. So
my pleasure. There was a poll just done on my website chat, by the way, of which 1/3 of the respondents claimed that they had been de-radicalized by me. If you were to extrapolate that to the size of my channel, that's probably a very large number of people.
I would assume so. It would be great if I could actually do like some formal polling on your audience, but that would be kind of complicated. So
it definitely would
be. Yeah. How frequently? Sorry, I just read my own question again. What terms do alt-righters tend to refer to themselves with? Like, what are their common dog whistles now? I know that Nick Fuentes was like calling himself a tradcath, and there was like was it Christian nationalism?
That's
I can't
a common
remember
one
at this point.
Yeah, they're constantly alternating between talking points. I don't know, tradcon, Christian nationalist, paleoconservative, true conservative, original conservative, originalist conservative, paleocon, paleoconservative. I mean, they'll jump between a million. Like, these people are largely Nazis. That's the most accurate, consistent description of their political beliefs. But they'll alternate between like a million euphemisms, mostly because it's politically expedient to obfuscate what it is they actually believe. And, you know, I mean, to their credit, that is true. It is definitely, it is definitely to their political benefit to avoid being explicit and honest. Yeah, it's, you deal with all the obfuscations, and it can definitely get frustrating, I think. But as long as you're familiar with the underlying talking points, you know where people are coming from.
Absolutely. And bringing all of this into academic literature is, I'm hoping to make this more evident to like the quote unquote normies, you know, just people who are not super engaged in online culture and debate, because they're bound to come across these people at some point in their lives. Like, they have to go outside eventually, right?
Eventually, you know. Depends. A lot of types out there.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I'm sure there's quite a few alt-righters that just like live exclusively in a basement and then make like leftists live in their mother's basement jokes.
Yeah, well, it's I think a lot of it is really just the idea that there's no way for them to safely leave their own communities. A pretty common practice
That too.
in far right communities is, you know, people um they realize they'll never be able to make like normal friends again, basically, because they're so like socially fucked. Their positions are so out there now that they have no choice but to
Hmm.
stick with their, you know, these people. And what's more, uh oftentimes they'll collect information on one another in a sort of paranoid, oh, you're a fed type way. And um the concern is that if you leave, then out of spite they'll hound you. And there are actually cases of like Nazi groups that'll kill people who have left their own org. I think a lighter version of that is present in a lot of these online forums too, where it's like,
Hmm.
hey, if you go out there and try to live a normal life, you're kind of betraying the group, and we can ruin your life if we make it known what you believe or used to believe. So people stick where they are. And it's one of the reasons why I'm a big advocate for the idea
Yeah.
of providing a space where people can hang out and listen, even if they're like just off being an alt-righter, because if there's no other step for them to land on, they'll stay where they are.
I guess that brings me to another question. Should we, in cases where like they're not necessarily doing anything harmful, but they are espousing like harmful views, should we continue to allow them to be on like Twitter and YouTube and Facebook, or should do you think it would be more efficient if we just said, fuck it, get rid of all of them? They're posting dumb shit. Because personally, I think that like when you cast these people off to their deepest corners of the internet, they'll just continue to remain in that echo chamber.
Well, I'm okay with social media sites having terms of service if people are like posting hate speech or doing harassment or whatever. As like a
Right, right.
rule,
But like
though,
aside from that,
right, if we're ignoring, I guess, the policy issue and more like ethically, like what's the best way forward, I think you can make a strong argument for deplatforming larger figures, because them being
hmm,
deplatformed is very rarely to their benefit. But in terms of like trying to expunge all of a given political group from social media, it seems like an exercise in futility. Whether you like it or not, like anyone
yeah.
can make a burner account, anyone can make like a second, a third, a fourth. Like it's not hard to do. Anyone can do it. And trying to fight against that, it feels like trying to like stem the tide of a river with a bucket. The best strategy, I think, is to have a way of redirecting that energy or that flow, you know, to acknowledge and
Hmm.
accommodate their existence in a way that maximizes our political outcomes.
Yeah, I can completely get behind that. Especially with like the banning large figures angle. I don't give a shit about those guys. They're never going to be moved. And if they don't genuinely hold those positions, then they're doing even more harm, in my opinion, because like they're disingenuously promoting something making the world worse. So, you
Yeah,
know.
and invariably, like a lot of these people just end up banning their regular rules anyway, right? Like it's, you know, and
Right.
special exceptions don't really have to be made. That's one of the things that makes it really difficult to be like conservative on social media sometimes. They just tend to do bigotry more often, obviously. So if that's like, you know, people say like, oh, our terms, you know, Twitter doesn't bias against conservatives. It biases against people who do racism. Well, that is bias against conservatives. It's just good, you know? But
Yeah,
conservatives
exactly.
they can't admit to that without owning the fact that racism is part of their ideology. So it's one
Hmm.
of those situations where like they know and we know they know and we know as well, but they can't say anything about it. So yeah, we're in a non-biased fashion banning racism. Like, let's go.
Absolutely. And honestly, if they break the terms of service, they're being little shitheads, you know, they're doing their hate speech and harassment. Good riddance. Get them
Little
off of the
goofballs,
fucking
yeah.
classroom.
If they're being
Wow,
little
I
goobers.
know why. Yes, the little goober aspect of the conservatives. So what is the most important thing to focus on when we're studying like how right-wing media spreads? Is there maybe like some specific nuance to it, or
Like on what it would depend platform by platform and from what position you're in. You mean if you're a content creator yourself, or if you're just like a regular viewer?
I mean more like people who consume the content, and that in general. I'm sorry, it's a very poorly worded question. What I mean is like, do right-wing content producers have some special way of disseminating their content, or is there some unique way that like people engaging with right-wing content go further down the rabbit hole?
Well, the diversity of tactics is essential, but I also feel like a lot of it is their willingness to disingenuously front their opinions in basically all spaces as a way of concern trolling for their position. So, for example, the explicit, I shouldn't say explicit, the real position that a lot of conservatives have about trans people is that they're degenerates and should be in the closet or they should die. That's like a lot of conservatives, they believe that. They believe that for about gay people, like explicitly up until the 80s, and a lot of them still do today. Like the idea they don't think that way about trans people is just not true. Of course they do. But instead of just openly saying that, they'll go around communities, being like, oh, well, aren't you concerned about fairness in women's sports? Don't you think this? Don't you think that? Now, when they do this stuff, they're being disingenuous. But if you strip away the dishonesty, the real thing they're doing is taking their political position and advocating for it with subtle, or at least relatively subtle, and less disagreeable arguments that proxy the real position they have. And this, I think, honestly, is something that we could learn from, So, like, lefties online, if you're a person who consumes content and you use Twitter from time to time and you have these conversations, I feel like some good could be done about not just fronting your pro-minimum wage argument as, like, all caps $20 minimum wage now. Say that's a good argument. And you know what? Maybe it is. So, but, like, say that's the position you hold. Maybe instead you should be asking questions like, why do you think it's acceptable for a bunch of Americans to starve while billionaires make record profits? That was a pretty common thing that Bernie would push for as well, The way in which you push for your argument is essential. Finding a way to make it more agreeable to others is essential. And a lot of lefties are so desperate to be seen as the one with, like, the best position, the one with the wokest position, like, affirmatively, like, how far left are you, that they ignore more productive avenues for discourse. The only place where you see that on the far right is, like, in the far right. Usually you have to be really deep down the alt-right rabbit hole for conservatives to be at the point where they're competing to be the most racist they can be. Like, that's usually something you only see in, like, the most conservative elements of social media, but people on the left will do it at every level. Like just regular lefties will be, like, trying to virtue signal, which is just weird. We give up advocacy and effectiveness there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it really is just disappointing to see that conservatives tend to have like this better adaptation to a diversity of tactics than we do. That's why I sincerely think that your content has changed the way that the online left engages with not just people on the right, but also maybe even liberals, people out in the real world, like just offline. It's refreshing to see, I guess.
Yeah, well, if nothing else, I've given people new and unique ways to hate a person.
Yeah, exactly.
If nothing else, the discourse has been significant. Even if people on the online left strongly dislike me, I would hope that my position and my behavior here would reaffirm to many of them, at least to many of my viewers, that it's possible to be left-leaning and to be very strong and confident about those positions, and also to be strategic in how one advocates for them.
Yeah, and that's good to see. So I'm only familiar with like Twitter and YouTube, and I know that you are also a fellow millennial boomer, so you don't like venture into the land of TikTok very often. But do you think with how like TikTok's super targeted algorithm works, and like I guess just the sheer amount of time a lot of people spend on TikTok, should I also be looking into political figures on TikTok to see if they've been engaging with like this right-wing content over there.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like in a way TikTok represents like the conclusion, or at least closer to a conclusion, of the content, like the algorithm content targeting. Because on YouTube, like first of all, on Twitter, whether you like it or not, you're probably going to see people you disagree with. Like you have to make an effort to avoid them. On YouTube, the way YouTube recommendations work on the front page, you're usually going to see stuff kind of broadly in your category. On TikTok, that's not the case. On TikTok, you like if you want to, you can create a bubble, and TikTok will go, yes, a bubble is what you want, a bubble is what we'll give you, and they will just make the biggest echo chamber in the world for you to just stick your head in and never move from. And as a product of that, it's also a product of the medium, because the way TikTok videos are formatted and the way the culture of TikTok has developed, there's definitely like very little room for nuance. You know, they're shorter videos. I mean, you know, like Twitter also doesn't leave much room for nuance, but it's, I mean, people can make Twitter threads if they want to. And also people don't tend to use Twitter for, I feel like people don't get their political opinions from Twitter. People use Twitter to find other people with their political opinions and have fun with it. They tend to get their political opinions on like YouTube or in real life. And Twitter is a place to reinforce them and to find social spaces within them. YouTube people find their political opinions there because, of course, you know, it's YouTube. TikTok, I think people do as well.
Yeah, and this is also really interesting in regards to media effects theory and political socialization research. It's in the age of the internet where we are online so often and we are engaging politically online, I really do think that the primary socializers are going to shift.
To the Zoomer Hype Squad TikTok users?
Yeah, exactly. Or, you know, YouTube, just because I almost feel like I know a lot of people. Well, maybe not me personally. I've met a lot of people in my university who are like freshmen. They are pure Zoomer, you know? They're like little 18-year-olds, and I realize I'm not that much older than them, but it feels like an entirely different world over there. They're talking about how they saw TikToks about the Supreme Court Senate confirmation hearings, and I'm almost a little bit bewildered that they're getting all this information from their TikTok.
Yeah, it's pretty weird to think about. I do think that TikTok is an inherently inferior medium for political education, because there's just the way that app is developed is just not, it just does not encourage nuance. You know, I know YouTube has its problems and all, but I feel like TikTok has all those problems plus a few more. And it feeds so much into like your immediate like dopamine addiction, next video, keep scrolling, that you just sort of mindlessly consume stuff in a way that isn't the case in YouTube videos in quite the same way. Which can be an issue, yeah. It seems like the political space is going to move more and more towards dogmatism with time, which I'm concerned about. But if that's to be the way things pan out, I want that dogmatism to be on our side, like, you know, to our favor as much as possible.
Yeah, it almost feels like a little bit of an inverse of like 2014 to 2016. That's when I started to like engage online politically. And I came into like the Gamergate space. If anybody knows who Internet Aristocrat is, he's like a Nazi now. But he used to make like anti-SJW videos. I watched that shit, and if I had kept watching that shit, I might have come across as Nazi content, and that's mortifying. But I guess right now, what we're seeing is a lot of people on TikTok who are engaging with like lefty content, but it's you definitely made a point about this earlier in stream, and I'm trying to remember how you phrased it, but you said that you don't want people to just be like morally lucky. That's kind of what I'm thinking about right now. I don't want people to just be leftist because they're leftists. I want them to consider their perspectives and be leftist because we have the best arguments, you know?
Yeah, like yeah, ideally you would always want it to be something that develops organically from a person's positions. The goal would be that you could give a person a set of tools for analyzing problems, and then after doing so, you could give them any information on any situation, no matter how hypothetical, and they could use those tools to always arrive at like the correct position. Obviously, it's never
Absolutely.
that simple in practice, but that's kind of like the philosophical goal. You do the best you can within that.
You gotta start teaching them when they're young, you know? Like, encourage more critical thinking in just K through 12.
Oh yeah, just critical thinking would be all you really need. Critical thinking, basic sociological analysis. You don't want or need to teach them, like young people, I mean, any specific political bias, because again, like
Right.
it wouldn't be good to have people who are left leaning just because they've been told to be left leaning. You know, I guess it's the difference between telling a kid like you have to be nice to gay people and telling a kid, you know, a person's sexuality and romantic interests shouldn't change how you treat them. Because
Right.
the former is dogmatism, the latter is an ethical stance that can be applied broadly in the future and is more useful and more informative.
Yeah, exactly. I think I ended up actually on that anti-SJW like side of YouTube because I had already formed like the ethical stance. You shouldn't treat someone differently based on their race, gender, or sexuality. Like I had already agreed with the left-wing position. However, the way that the arguments were being framed, it's like, oh, they're being discriminatory towards white people in the sense that they're saying, I don't know, the fucking white people dreads argument, or something else along those lines.
No,
You
yeah,
get what I'm saying?
you weaponize that logic. A huge part of the early
Exactly.
Gamergate arguments were an attempt at pointing out perceived hypocrisy on the part of feminists and what have you, by saying that they're doing a bad job of representing the values that they claim to hold that you actually have. You know,
Right.
I remember Sargon of Akkad used to, you know, like he was a classical liberal and an egalitarian, and his concern was that modern feminists were crazy, and they were actually all man hating. And don't get me wrong, there are man-hating feminists and all. Most of them are TERFs, so you know there's that. But and of course,
True.
Carl likes TERFs. But the in terms of
Good old Carl gone.
well, right in terms of how to properly like weaponize arguments, you know, use the logic the other person already has, work within it, and we can do this too, by the way. When you're arguing with conservatives, like you should be arguing from the values you already know they at least claim to hold. If you're arguing, you know, argue for small government values when you're talking about the need to prevent conservative policies from having the government police like people in their bedrooms. Argue in favor of building strong families when you talk about welfare programs. Talk about stuff like
Right.
national defense when you talk about like green energy because it provides energy independence. Use the values you know they already have to lead you to your solutions.
Absolutely. And I kind of learned how to do that from watching your content.
Thank you.
Um, I actually one of my roommates who's watching now, I've been able to like provide uh, better political information for her, because I now understand better how to like share my ideals and like explain concepts in a way that's like not going to raise any red flags or make me sound dogmatic, which is definitely not what I want to do, you know?
Right, right. Well, you never want to sound dogmatic. You should always sound like you're capable of at least hearing out what other people have to say, or understanding the reasons why they've arrived at their conclusions. Because if you can't do that, there's not really any reason for them to try with you. You've the moment you indicate either explicitly or implicitly that your position cannot be changed, you remove from them
Hmm.
any reason to have their position be changed by you.
Yeah, exactly. My mother is a conservative, and I struggle with this with her all the time. So I've been there. It's rough. It's funny. She actually thinks that I'm the one who's like immovable when my political positions have changed drastically over the last like 4 years.
It's often a projection, right? Oftentimes people will accuse you of not listening or not being interested in what they have to say or of being stubborn when you just don't think their reasoning is very good. I've been told that from people who have not actually presented any arguments at all, which is always a little frustrating. It's like, you do have to make some effort before I'll change my mind.
Yeah, exactly. It's like if you give a half-assed argument, who's going to be convinced by that? That's just pathetic.
Yeah, or no argument at all. A lot of
That
people on the
too.
left seem to have given up on the concept of making an argument. I think a lot of them feel like it's beneath them because their positions are already correct, and by making an argument, they have to engage in all of these like laborious processes of listening and hearing and responding and what have you to people whose positions are just so self-evidently incorrect. And I understand that frustration, but this is
Hmm.
also like basically a suicide pact, Politics is
Yeah.
frustrating. You can't like you can't decide that the entire politics of process or the entire process of politics, my apologies, is beneath you because it's tedious or frustrating or because other people are so self-evidently wrong. We would never get anywhere with that.
Yeah. Also, I just wanted to address chat really quick. I'm not watching chat right now, but my roommates are, and it's funny. The roommate I was referring to is straight. She's the only straight person I know. I swear to God. And she saw whoever made the "and they were roommates" comment. I just wanted to let you know that you are appreciated and I love you. Um,
Don't worry, I also don't know any straight people.
they're so hard to find these days.
Yeah,
The
truly a
token
dying
straighty.
breed.
I mean, I guess you do know one straight person, Evil Vaush, who accidentally gets called straight all the time.
Right, yes. The extremely heterosexual person who sometimes takes control of my stream when I'm not looking.
The ultra straight, super misogynistic Vaush, our greatest enemy, truly. He's the one trying to break down the fortress.
Only look the same, so you never know who you're talking to. It really is good having
Exactly.
the evil twin you can pin everything else on. Sorry, I forgot to say something earlier with regards to politics. In terms of like the willingness to engage and everything. I also think a lot of it is about making it fun. Politics by its nature is not the most fun thing in the world. Half of it because it's tedious, and the other half because it's stressful. But I do
Yeah.
think it's possible to make politics reasonably entertaining to engage in. And this is also something the right is much better at than the left. Because the left, in its preachiness and in its gatekeeping, has a tendency to make political engagement a process of self-flagellation, of apologizing for your perceived misgivings, of issuing corrections, of self-checking, of introspection. Now, introspection is good. We should engage in it. But we should want to engage in introspection for the process of self-betterment. It should be something we do because we
Hmm.
want to, not because the eyes are always on us. Because being pressured into like this constant, like, this is obviously a stereotype with the left to an extent, but there's always this, especially if you're like a white guy, for example, like you have to be quiet, sit still, and listen. And like, don't get me wrong, it can be very good to do all of those things. You should be careful when you talk on some issues as well, privilege, blah-de-blah. But like, for God's sake, let's have some fun with life, okay? If we hyperfixate on all the things you need to do, the checklist you have to fill out before you're allowed to engage politically, people will simply not join your side of the political aisle, especially if the right is the one that's constantly weaponizing comedy as a way of making their
Right.
points.
so important to remember. And I plan to go into academia in the future. God rest my soul.
Mhm.
And teaching politics to people is something I currently do. I'm a tutor. I do SI, all that fun stuff. So trying to make it more engaging and fun and like relevant to people. That's all my jam. And I do encourage more people to like enter political science just because we need more left-wing people in the field of political science. As of right now, I feel like the lone socialist, like braving the wilds against like a sock dem, a closeted socialist, like a conservative, a liberal, another liberal, and a libertarian. So not to call out my entire poli sci department, by the way, but like, you know, it's a good discipline. Please join. I'm begging.
It is absolutely a valid discipline. I, it's yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't know. It's about the politics of self-evidency, right? The more people feel like they need to fight for what they believe in, the more they're going to fight for what they believe in, and the more people feel like their positions are
Yeah.
just this self-evident, inevitable, like product of history. This is, I think, this misinterpretation of Marx's determinist political philosophy is one of the most damaging things to the left, because there are a lot of people who seem to believe that, like, because the historical processes Marx spoke of, he claimed were inevitable, therefore, like, nothing needs to be done. Like, it's gonna happen, and in the meantime, you don't need to worry that much about strategy or anything like that, and it's pretty frustrating.
Yeah, absolutely. You actually were originally a political science major in university, right? Before switching to sociology?
You're correct.
What, just out of, I know this isn't like related to the research study interview specifically, but what specifically made you switch from uh, political science to sociology?
I didn't like how amoral the framing was with political science. I'm not.
That's fair.
I'm uninterested in a discipline which seeks to describe why people do things, and I'm very interested in disciplines which seek to describe how we can change people's behavior. Because there was this
Mhm.
tendency in the classes that I took, and I know this isn't going to be all elements of political science or whatever, but it was definitely like a pretty frequent thing where it just seemed like it was just like, I don't know, like, well, why you see this a lot with like the realists that I've been fucking talking shit about with regards
Oh
to
God, yeah.
the Ukraine situation, where it's like, well, why is Russia invading Ukraine? Well, blah 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 blah, and that's why Russia's invading. I don't care why they are, like, or at least I should say I do care why, but the why is secondary. The why is meant to inform the how do we stop them, you know? Like, understanding why things happen in the world, as far as I'm concerned, is only useful insofar as it gives us control over making good things happen in the future and preventing bad things from happening.
Right. That's
But
how I feel about political science, and it does frustrate me sometimes when I'm trying to like make an argument and I'm being told, "Hey, you need to stop narrativizing as much. It's you have a very strong narrative voice, but this is a science paper, so you know."
yeah, which is dumb, because of course there's no such. This is a humanities course. It's not an actual science. The things you're pre-selecting for in a poli-sci class are going to be biased. No matter how you try to frame it, that is always going to be the case. You can't work your way out of that. People talk
Mm-hmm.
about this in economics as well. Like, you know, sure, we're humanities, but we're also a real science because we have, you know, hypotheses that we test for and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay, but you still inform public policy, and the hypotheses that you're testing for are ones you subjectively determine to be valuable. You could find some economic
Right.
theory for maximizing GDP, which is literally empirically precise, down to the fourth decimal point every time, no matter how many factors you add. And it wouldn't change the fact that your decision that GDP is worth maximizing is a subjective one, and a pretty contentious one at that.
Yeah, I agree. There's actually like a subset of political scientists who do include things like how to address these problems when they crop up, and that's kind of where I aim to be. I want to include in this paper like a section on how other countries handle far-right radicalization, how it's being handled right now, stuff like that. I don't want to ever leave something like this open-ended. I don't want to just be like, yeah, there sure are some people moving farther right. That exists.
Well, yeah, and even then, like, you know, a normative bias can inform in a positive sense, like what you're looking for or looking to do as well. Maybe a person would never even think to analyze conservative radicalization without some pre-existing left-leaning bias. There's an infinite amount of knowledge to obtain in the world. You know, it's not as though we can know everything. We make choices on what to focus on. We need like a good system to give us that informative bias.
Absolutely. Um, is the future of right-wing radicalization in your like from your perspective still going to be online after how YouTube and Twitter have been kind of cracking down on right-wing figures, and not even just right-wing figures, but like there was that whole massive purge after Trump was banned. I don't know if you remember that, but it was like the majority of his followers were just taken out in one fell swoop. It was a little bit funny.
It was. It will, but it's mostly going to be on like Facebook. It's QAnon. QAnon is the future of online far-right radicalization. And it's going to be like boomer posting about how like Nancy Pelosi eats baby fetuses at night or whatever. Like it's all going to turn into like crazy Facebook conspiracy shit. Because like that crazy conspiracy shit has always come across as kind of like innocuous enough to avoid the same denunciation that open Nazi posting has brought about, you know? The more nonsensical your conspiracy theories are, the less derision they'll attract, which is one of the reasons why the Flat Earth movement has never been taken seriously and never received much real denunciation, even though a ton of Flat Earthers were Nazis, and now a ton of them have moved over into QAnon, which is basically a Nazi movement.
Yeah.
So now ultimately the underlying conspiracy here was about the same. Listen to the way flat earthers talk about the world, you know? They talk about how a globalist secret like an international conspiracy from a shady group of powerful people is seeking to dethrone God and control all of humanity through like this like propagandized media, corporate and statewide info or disinfo campaign to deny humans the blah blah blah. If you look at the underlying like moral precepts, yeah, same basic shit, right? But it's also wacky that it doesn't get all the denunciation explicit Nazi posting would. So yeah, I don't know.
In my mind, I've always like separated these like alt-right shit posters and, you know, the Zoomers that are becoming Nazis from like, you know, the boomers on the QAnon side. You know, I think of those as like separate groups online. Should I be like reframing this how I'm thinking about this? Because what I'm really concerned with is like how Gen Z is like responding to online engagement. But if it's going to continue to be like mostly boomers on Facebook, let's be honest, the boomers aren't going to last very long. Like 10 to 20 years.
I think
Around
both
there, right?
both groups see the other group as politically useful and are being used by the people with actual power. So you have people like Madison Cawthorn or Marjorie Taylor Greene who have an audience simultaneously of far-right like Zoomer neo-Nazis and of QAnon posters. Both of them are useful to the same group of like actually effective political agents, even though they might not interact with each other very much. Like I bet you most like Zoomer neo-Nazis probably find the boomer QAnon posters to be like cringe and like super crazy and unhinged. And I imagine the QAnon Facebook moms probably don't even know about the Zoomer Nazi posting. There's like this
Yeah.
mutual exclusivity there, but both of them will vote Republican, and both of them will signal boost like the big important movements, January 6th,
Right.
like the trucker movement, that kind of stuff. So it's really about like whether or not there are people with real power capable of effectively utilizing these similar but distinct political groups.
Yeah, I can completely see that. It does hurt to know that the left doesn't like rally behind our big left-wing movements and figures as much as we could. There's just like this anti-electoralism sentiment, which on one hand I get, but like on the other hand, just treat it like an honorary duty. You're doing your honorary duty to prevent crazy people from running your country.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, I've had these arguments. It'll continue to be a problem, I'm sure.
I'm sure, especially in the future. Good luck with the 2024 elections, by the way, because I know Biden said he wouldn't run again. So we're going to be seeing 2 primaries again.
Yeah, well, good luck with the coming midterms. Jesus, we're about to get rocked in the Senate and in the House. We'll see if we even keep the House with how bad things are looking to get. Oh, hello? Hello? They get her? Why does this keep happening? Hard enough to beat these enemies. Push to talk? Hello? Uh-huh. Well, I'm guessing that she just disconnected because she's not connected. I think she was saying goodbye. If that was her saying goodbye and then dropping, that was like a Giga Stacy move. You know? Wait, no, she rejoined.
Can you hear me now?
Hello.
Hi. I'm so sorry. My Discord fucking died on me.
No worries. I forgive you. Like we said, Discord hates me, and I guess you now as well.
It hates you personally, and through transference, now it's on me.
True, it's infectious. You're also on Putin's hit squad, or hit list now, thanks to your association with me. Memes aside, though, did you have any other questions? I was probably going to only do a short stream tonight, largely because I haven't eaten, and that was a stupid move before stream.
Yeah, that's fair. I heard you say I haven't eaten any solid food today, and I was like, wow, that sounds like a really bad decision. I don't have anything else, but if there's anything else you'd like to add, it would be greatly appreciated.
I think I covered most of my talking points here. I don't know. Oh, Christ. Wait, really? Both? Okay. We're about to die. Jesus.
The boss about to kick your ass, or...
Yeah, I'm just submitting to the mob here. Let it be.
Fair enough.
With regards to, oh God, how am I gonna... Okay. With regards to, online far-right radicalization, I'm interested in seeing how, like, the Zoomer far-right moves forward, I guess, because it does seem like right now the QAnon group is far more politically expedient. It's possible that we might see a different move, and that the Zoomers are actually going to be the more moderate ones on the conservative end. I could imagine that a group of conservatives who are inspired by Ben Shapiro types end up being like these nerdy policy wonk conservatives who have like heckin' rational argumentarinos against trans women in bathrooms or something. Like the boomers are all these crazy QAnon posters, and then all the like TikTok conservatives are do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
They're
Political
trying to be
science
like
research.
the rational, reasonable ones.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. research does show that there's like a moderation effect over time. I'm not so sure how much that's going to apply to Gen Z because whenever I talk about this with another like political scientist, they're always like, "Yeah, I knew a bunch of like socialists during the Bush years who were like engaging and volunteering and stuff," and I'm like, "Cool, but like." How socialist were they? Because I don't think you're really getting the scope of how socialist these people are. You get me?
Oh yeah,
Or like
it's
how
like when
fascist
people
they are.
it's like when conservatives say that they used to be like super liberal or whatever, and then
Right.
it's like no you weren't. Like come on. Like every single one of you says that. Like no you weren't. You vaguely thought that like being gay was okay. And now that you're like very far right in your mind, that was you being like a super liberal lefty socialist or whatever. Every single time I see a conservative say that, they have no fucking clue, like none whatsoever, what what being a socialist actually is. They can't even like describe their old positions, so it's pretty fake, I'd say, pretty psyopic.
It's like when Carl was calling himself a classical liberal. That was hilarious. Love that.
I think he still does. Or does he? Did he call himself something else now? I don't know. But yeah, no, it's
I mean,
pretty
I
dumb.
don't think he knows anything Locke has said, so personally, I'm not too inclined to take him at his word. But I do want to let you go eat. I had some chicken nuggies earlier. As a proud Voshite, we are Legion after all.
I think I'm going to join you in a couple of minutes.
Is it cool if I give like a couple quick shout outs?
Please. I will also say that Sargon of Akkad is unironically, I mean this without a hint of hyperbole, fully sincerely, maybe one of the only people I've ever seen or encountered online who I could believe could be a neo-Nazi without knowing it. Like, I feel like Sargon could believe everything. Like, you know, Aryan supremacy, you know, Jewish question, like, all that, everything. And genuinely in his head think that he's actually like a reasonable classical liberal.
He does seem like the type.
And all the SJWs have just gone too far. I feel like it's remarkable. I think he has an amazing brain.
I've never thought about it, but yeah, you're right. Holy shit, Sargon could do that. He could delude himself if he like had all these crazy conspiracy theories and still think, yeah, I'm a classical liberal, or you know, whatever his stupid Britbonger accent sounds like. I'm sorry, the Anglophobia is acting up.
Another Voshite tendency. I think it's just because usually when other like conservative people lie about their ideology, like Fuentes or whatever, for political expediency, like it's usually evident that they're doing it, or it's like with a wink and a nudge. But like I've heard Carl defend adamantly the idea, like he seems to actually get angry when it's questioned, like his liberal values or whatever. So I don't know, man. Maybe he's deep in the sauce. I don't know.
Fair enough.
But yeah, anyway, yeah, hit me up.
I wanted to ask you really quickly, by the way, who's your favorite Game of Thrones character? Before, like, I give my Discord and stuff, because I do want chat to, like, DM me if they have anything that they want to share or, like, anything that could help me with the project, especially if they have any stories about de-radicalization. But, like, you know, who's your favorite Game of Thrones character?
I don't really have strong opinions on Game of Thrones specifically. I mean, Oberyn Martell was really cool. I liked him while he was around. I like the Hound a lot. Tyrion obviously is like a fan favorite for a reason because he's like so darn likable. Yeah, I think those would probably be my three. Oh, Brienne as well.
Yes.
I really liked her. For me, the highlight of the show by far was Brienne and the Hound fighting.
That was so good. That was so good. I love that fight. But chat can totally judge me for this, but my favorite character is Peter Baelish, and I will not retract that statement.
Peter Baelish. You'll have to remind me.
That's on the record.
Peter Baelish.
That's Littlefinger. Sorry.
Oh, Littlefinger. Ah, I see. Because you're a bad person.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a horrible person.
Yeah, I remember him being cool for like the first couple of seasons. It felt like he got less relevant as time went on. I don't know.
To be fair, it's because the writers didn't know how to write him. so they wrote him out and then killed him.
The
But I
writers made a few
digress.
mistakes. I never watched
A
past the
handful.
4th season, so I only like heard of the bad
You've
stuff. I
been
haven't seen it
spared.
myself.
Thank God. Don't ever think that you've ever missed anything. You didn't, except for Jorah confessing his love for Dany. That one, show Jorah only, not book Jorah. Book Jorah, we condemn. We disown. We we disown. Um, we disavow. Sorry.
Take your
Uh,
word for it.
So my Discord is Charlotte the Ghost. I'm on your Discord server. I would like it if people could DM me their stories, if they have anything they want to like reach out to in relation to this project, that would be great. If you just want to say hi too, you know, you guys are welcome. I love chat. You guys have been wonderful. My friends have been sending me what you guys have been saying throughout the conversation, and it's really put a smile on my face. Um,
I'd like to
I
believe that my chat
also,
generally offers people a friendly reception.
oh, absolutely. We have a great community. I'd also like to give a shout out to I don't want to be like linked to my online identity because I am using my actual name and university in this study. So if anybody ever found it, you know, all that good stuff. I don't want to be like uh, kicked out of school for saying socialism's cool, you
They
know?
might know you like
Um,
me. Yeah, it'd be very, very damaging to your career.
I don't think that'll get me kicked out or discounted from any like graduate programs, though. I want to give a shout out
We'll
to
see.
my friend's Twitter. It's at Piper Pie _ She posts the dumbest shit ever, and it's very funny. Please blow her up. I love her. She's a trans girl who is also like probably the first real cat girl. I made her profile picture. She's a very sweet person. And I have baby pictures for you. Would you like to see some very good baby pictures?
Yeah, hit me up with you. Babies. Babies.
Her name's Andromeda. She's spoiled and mean, but I love her.
My cats are spoiled and also very friendly. Ooh. I can see why you named her Andromeda. There's so many colors.
Isn't she gorgeous? I'm
She's got
so
so much
glad that,
shit going on. Oh my god, it's like a fucking furry
right?
OC. There are so many highlights. We love
I'm
them.
glad I get to share my baby with the world. All right. You
Ooh.
take care. Have a good nuggy dinner. Thank you for chatting with me.
Always. Have a wonderful night.
You as well.
Oh, that was pleasant. Yeah, I'm just really hungry. So shorter stream today. Do I have anything booked for tomorrow? If not, I might book some more stuff tomorrow. No, I don't. Okay. So we got 2 bookings done today. I'm pretty sure on Friday we're talking to a lieutenant colonel who's worked with NATO. So that's going to be really cool. There's a Russian protester who I need to talk to. What? Did I see Destiny defending far right as concept? Don't worry about it. We know that Destiny is only getting worse with time. As far as I'm concerned, the evidence for that has been, don't you dare cuck us out of letting us see you fight the Godskin assholes. Well, you're going to watch me fight them, soul level 1. So I feel like you still have a show to look in for. One day, inshallah, Sake. All right, listen up, guys. I love you all very much. I am extremely hungry, and I am going to go work on that, okay? I will see all of you soon. I'll read the donos then. Who's streaming right now? Is Canoe streaming? Yes? Okay. Dun 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 dun.